animal so much as a creation by an eldest, and it is essentially a demigod. As we're talking about this plan and debating on what will and will not work against Attain, we have Sean Connery himself come sprinting from out in the hills. We have a good old dwarf, Master Horace McLaganach, who shows up, who is apparently an old master of opals from the Order of Shrouded Sight. And he comes off as a very friendly and suspiciously chaste individual who will say nothing wrong. He's very careful with his speech, but he also jumps into every conversation, and he tries ever so hard to not be rude. And he also gives some indications that either he or the Order of Shrouded Sight, I'm not sure exactly in the details, but one of those two has some ties to the Green Mother itself, like as in followers or something like that. I didn't catch it if like Opal's whole order is Green Mother followers or if it was just him.
Honestly, neither, but that could be Zeke's interpretation.
Okay, well, he seems that he had something with the Green Mother, and that the way that he found us is because those were my first questions: who the fuck are you? How the fuck did you find us? What the fuck? It was he had a ball of opal, and it tracks cat hair, and so he found it. There was a bit of a Mr. Miyagi wax on wax off conversation about paths between Opal and Mr. Horace. And Opal kind of regales him of the tale of her whole journey, which I think was called a pilgrimage. And there were talks about... where was I going with this? I had a line for this. There were talks about the Green Knight. I don't remember a lot of details about the Green Knight, but I remember it came up as like a folklore type of thing, and it was a Green Knight who was like able to. No, the Green Mother killed the Green Knight and took his sword, and that's the thing that we're after. That was it. The Green Knight sword is the one that we're after. And something says again, more conversation between Opal and Horace about what Opal's journey is, and that apparently they're not always this hard, unless you're Opal. Then they're that hard, and that Horace lets Opal know that she could potentially be a thing called a guardian, and that seemed to have some significance with this sect of monks. And then we kind of go into a position of, rather than arguing all the time, Zeke went one by one in order to everyone present and said, if you were in charge, what would you do? And after kind of going through everyone systematically, we rounded it down that the first step is to fight the Tain. And the whole point of this conversation was that we don't backpedal anymore and we don't wait around. We have a thing, and that after this is decided, we don't change our minds anymore. So our first step right now is to fight the Tain, and everyone seemed to agree and fall into line. Then Resta and Anon immediately change that and start changing the plan and think about trying to capture it. I think they're going to catch the Tain. And then a person popped out of a tree from Resta's assassin people and gave her a letter. Resta and Nevsis have a talk about the letter, where Nevsis gives like his fatherly speech about like I've always watched you do everything, and regardless of whatever advice you get, you end up doing what you're gonna do anyways, and you constantly keep falling back onto Barnabas. And something about Nevsis asking Resta what she wanted from him. Resta was pretty elusive about it, and then Nevsis summarized it as never mind. And then we moved on. And that was the whole session.
And jumping back.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
And also, I remember it was a shitstorm of computer issues.
Yeah, which have continued and plagued us still. The issues have lasted still. A lot of issues going on computer-wise. They'll go away eventually. Computer issues just fix themselves usually, I find, if you just kind of ignore them for long enough. The computer just realizes. Yeah, you just shake it. Yeah, turn it off and on, shake it around, turn it upside down, etc., etc.
On your motherboard.
Yeah. get the old hammer out, straighten it out, bang out the
Apply
dents.
some heat.
Yeah. But
right
we return. We return back inside of the hunting lodge. Here, or shortly outside of, we'll say. I believe you at least got that far, right? You ain't left the hunting lodge, or were we still in the hunting lodge?
No. Zeke was
We're
going
still in
to
the
sleep
hunting lodge?
immediately, and everyone else hasn't really decided on lodging or what they're doing with their night.
Yeah, that was it. Zeke went out into the woods and he started reciting his oath to himself until he fell asleep, and the rest was still talking.
That's correct. Oh yeah, it's late o'clock. It's late o'clock.
I sent Nawachi out scouting.
Just to like recap myself, just to make sure that we had all the details ironed out, and because I don't think Mara was there, but we decided that the current course of action is Tane first, and then regardless of if what we get from the Tane actually helps us with this thing, to then go with or without the boon of the Tane to the Blood Petal Throne to try to get the sword. And then regardless of the sword or not, to go for the Green Mother? Or was it, if we do find the sword, then we do Green Mother, if we don't, we leave?
That's something to rediscuss.
Getting that far, I think the only thing I really remember it was fight Tane. Yeah,
let's say that there's some last minute conversations to have still.
After that, between Zeke and Nephthys, because it came to after the Green Mother's done and we go for the Heralds, Zeke is going to stick around to kill Xanthus for you, and then Zeke's leaving.
Yeah, they have that discussion, but just
some general courses have been agreed upon, but the exact methods to get to those courses of actions are still foggy. So there still needs to be some stuff finalized, but a lot's been discussed, and I think in the morning, in the next game morning, finalize those decisions, essentially kind of come to the final actions and then set them into motion, etc., etc. But so as you're off in the woods gathering sleep, the rest of you are just in the hunting lodge then, and still discussing things.
Nephthys comes back from his little scream session, and he's gonna walk into the hunting lodge like nothing happened.
There you see Gubu still kind of staring off, thousand yard stare, and he snaps back. Oi! Haven't seen you around here before.
Who is this?
Are you new here? I'm new too. Just started hunting recently.
Oh yeah? What do you hunt?
Well, small game mostly, but I hear there's something bigger, deeper in the woods. Thinking about going after it.
You talking about the banner snatch?
Oh. Yeah, that's what some of the other folks call it. I think it's just a big bear or something.
If that's what you think, you're probably not ready to go out and hunt it. How do you hunt?
Best hunt I ever was. Of course, with my bow. Oh. I got some tricks up my sleeve. Magical ones.
Yeah. You rely on those magical tricks a lot.
Nah, mostly my bow. Magic just gets me into places to shoot my bow.
Because if everything I've learned is to be believed, unless you've got very powerful magic, which you might, friend, it's not going to work.
No, I'm just real sneaky. But like my magic gets me into sneaky spots. Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, we're potentially forming a party to hunt it. If you're looking for any accomplices, friends that can help you in this hunt. It's a dangerous fight. There's no guarantee you'll come out alive.
We could hunt that beastie, I think, together. Split the bounty. Yeah.
What's the bounty you've heard about?
Gubu kind of looks off, and he's... Oh, last I heard... He kind of gazes off. Wait a minute. Haven't I been here before?
Okay. Can Nessus roll a medicine check?
Yeah.
All right.
This man looks a little confused. Because this is Gubu. This is the one that was just telling the veteran stories about like how he had just been out hunting. It seems like he's having some sort of a lapse into a previous state of mind. He's on the brink right now. Looking at him, you recognize there is an opportunity here. If you weigh the scales a certain way, he'd probably further go into this lapse and be willing to go and help and hunt this Bandersnatch. And he looks strong. He looks capable.
Okay, that is not what Nepsis is gonna do. Okay.
Right, it's just something just to let you know you're aware of, and your old self would be aware of it.
Okay, I know. But do I feel like this would take a greater restoration, or is he just like kind of old and kind of losing it? Maybe too much brain damage.
It's a lot of trauma, and sometimes it needs more than just spells to cure it.
Yeah. Have I seen anyone
great
who,
like, help?
Working with him? Anybody that like kind of guides him and helps him along?
A lot of the other hunters and rangers here kind of like keep an eye on him and watch him, and like you've seen a few of them like talk up in conversation to like leave him alone when you kind of were getting him riled up and such. So there's almost like a brotherly, familial atmosphere with him, where he's almost like the grandpa of the group, where they're all trying to take care of him in a way.
Nepsis is gonna put his hands on his shoulders and be like, "Hey, friend, I know you're going through a hard time right now. I'm trying to understand. Do you think I could try to get a better picture about what you're thinking right now?"
Like, you want me to describe my dreams to you or something? You some sort of therapist?
No, I just want you to sit still. And then he'll detect his thoughts. And he's gonna try to go deep.
Oh, his eyes go wide. First, starting with the surface level stuff, you just hear this space that you immediately enter into. It's odd. You step into the mind of this man, and the surface level thoughts are discordant, scattered. The best analogy I can get is as if there are two fractured sides, individual of the other. One side seems to be this lapsed state, as it were. The hunter who was just getting ready to go on the hunt. The one who was getting prepared, one who was eager, one who wanted to go out and kill this thing he didn't even really believe in. The other is what you can recognize as the present Gubu. So the reason I describe those two like separate states is because when you detect thoughts, you're kind of standing between them. You see both.
Yeah.
What's present on old Gubu's mind right now is he's getting hyped up about going on this hunt. He wants to go kill this thing. He wants glory. He wants to be recognized as a famous hunter. And then what the surface level thoughts of are for the present Gubu are, funny enough, he's dwelling back upon the past events of the hunting days. So it seems there's almost a connection between where that's probably where the connection starts. Where he is, the present day him is dwelling on the past, and the past him still wants to hunt. But you have a choice now. And delving deeper, you can delve deeper in one way or the other. However, be wary. When you delve deeper, you're going to inherently cause that side to be more aware that it's being delved deeper upon, which might influence which personality becomes dominant.
Yeah, it's okay. Nepsis will go into the part that's dwelling on the past. What he's worried about right now is that it seems like part of this guy wants to go on the hunt, and he respects that. But if the side that dwelling seems to be like the more reasonable, if there's like a reason to fear that he can see, that just seems overwhelming. He's not going to push this guy to do it.
Can I make a wisdom saving throw? I'm going to give him disadvantage on it, given his mental state. And what's your DC?
My DC is 17.
Okay. Delving deeper into the mind of we'll say the right Gubu, the right side of Gubu, the one that is present, the one that is dwelling back, You see a hunter who set out, one who didn't believe they were actually hunting a Bandersnatch. You see him gathering his companions. They seem like fine enough hunters, fine enough rangers. You see him dwelling back to all of these moments around the fire, around the campgrounds, around the various hunting sites, the tracking, the various moments of this hunter's experience all flash into your mind. And his reasoning is pretty clear. He's skeptical. His reasoning for going on this hunt is one of glory, to be proven that he is right and that it is just some big bear or whatever he has explained it to be. But the desire is still young at this point. It is one that hasn't really flourished. He doesn't even really know what he wants at this point. This is a young man. This is someone who hasn't decided why he wants glory, why he wants fame, why he wants any of the things that he get from killing this beast. He is simply doing it because all he really knows what to do with this particular time. Sort of filling the need. His emotional state going into this is calm, but it's fractured now with the taint of what has happened in the present. You gonna ask something?
I hate to do this, and I'm not, for all intents and purposes now, I'm going down this path, but I just wanted to say I was intending to mean his current self, the mad self.
This is his current self.
Oh, okay, cool.
This is his current. These are his thoughts on his previous self,
gotcha.
essentially, and he's kind of dwelling and kind of wrapped up in the between. He's thinking back to these times. He's looming over these times. And his vision does flash back now to the conversations that you have had with him since you've been here. He starts thinking about you all, and you see he looks at one of you, he looks at you, Nephthys, and then it flashes back to another ranger that bears an elven ranger that bears similar features, and then it flashes to Zekian, and the same thing happens. He is starting to kind of relate a lot of these his old compatriots with new hunters who want to go do the same thing. You sense he's done this many times. You sense that's what his little rituals about are with the bottle. Something's different here. With your state, your confidence, specifically yours, Nephthys, it reminds him a lot of his own. And he is tethered back to those old moments. Because he sent a lot of hunters off. But this group, they believe they can do it. And part of him believes they can too, which is what scares him. He believed the other group could do it. He believed his group could do it. He hasn't believed the other groups could do it since then, but now that he's believing your group could do it, it scares him. It scares him a lot. And it's sending him into a reeling shock of a lot of questions being asked. You start to sense all these questions of like, if they could do it, if he believes in you, maybe he should have prepared better. Maybe he could have prepared better, and he starts to feel a lot of guilt from that. But then he starts to worry that this is just him being overconfident in your abilities too, and you're definitely doomed. It's another spiraling case of emotion there.
Yeah,
that's about all you get.
That's just gonna keep his hand on his shoulder and be like, I'm sorry if that was too much. I just wanted to get a better idea. Lost a lot of people along the way, and I understand. I live longer than your races, so I've seen a lot of people die too. Tell me, would you want to grab a drink and you can tell me about some of the people you knew, and we can go over their memory.
He looks at you. His eyes are kind of like foggy, and they kind of are almost clouded a bit, almost cataract-like, and then they kind of clear up just a bit. Right. Using my head?
Yeah.
He looks around. And you all still going on the hunt, eh?
Yeah.
Drink. Yeah. Yeah, let's get a drink. And he stands up. You're gonna need it if you're going. If you're going.
And we'll put this thing away in honor of everybody that has lost the fight to it.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna need you to tell me their names so I can remember them.
There's a lot.
Well, we got a long night.
He pulls out a small journal. And he flips through a few pages. Stops on a certain page. I can't bring myself to say him right now, but
All right. Well then.
And he hands you the page, and you see all of the names of the expeditionary members, and there is actually a little sketch of all of them all together, kind of in the tavern, in this very hunting lodge of them all gathered together, and they're smiling, drinking.
Nessus will take the little book. He'll like tap it to his head. I'll be like, well then just the drinks. I'll take a look at these later.
And he goes behind the bar. All the rangers and other hunters that are in this chamber, there's only a few of them at this point, they're kind of keeping an eye on things and keeping an eye on you guys and how you're interacting here. But with this display, you do notice a noticeable calm go through the room and a little bit more ease from everyone as the treatment here is.
Yeah, and like Nessus is gonna like kind of lead him along, but like more as a friend than as a caregiver. But he's like definitely letting the guy put some strength on Nessus, even though he's frail and old. And he's just gonna like lead him to the bar. He's gonna find like a friendly group that seems to be like looking at him. He'll be like, "Hey, guys, who wants a drink?"
They clear out a space and they get him a nice comfy chair and pull it up to the bar. He's down, and as you're moving him, like you feel his arms. There is definitely a loss. This is definitely a ruin. Like you feel the arm, and its musculature is still there, like somewhat. Like you can still feel he has some muscle. In fact, he's stronger than you, and he's probably stronger than like an average person. But what his strength once was, you can see, it is now faded. It has gone a long way from what it once was, and he is certainly not as strong as he was. But as you put him down, and he moves around, he's kind of spry. He's kind of spry for his old age, which is pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. Like he's a little bit nimble as he sits down and he lets his weight sit on the seat, barely makes a noise. And he kind of motions over. One of the rangers nearby kind of reaches over, grabs a bottle of wine. It seems to be a red wine. Just uncorks it and pours just in 2 wooden flagons for each of you. One for you, one for him, one for himself. So 3 actually. Ubu kind of looks at you. I can't recall if I got your name.
My name is Nessus.
Well,
I don't have to tell you how to spell it because you won't have to worry about that.
if you do me a favor, flip a few pages past the one I showed you. There's another list. Just add your name to that. And the names of the others, if you would. Makes it easier.
Is it at the end of the list of the dead?
It's a list of those who have attempted to go after the Bandersnatch.
Okay. Yep. I'll write the names down.
Good. Good.
And then while he's like sitting down, once he has a drink, he's start a little slow, but he's going to try to build up the mood. He's going to be like, start asking people if anyone around them, if they have any tales to tell about, anybody that's gone to fight, and hopefully happy tales, not when they died. He's just trying to lift everyone's spirits and get a good memory of the people that have died fighting this Bandersnatch going in here.
Yeah, make a performance check, we'll call it. The mood is lifted quite heavily as those within the barroom are starting to hear the somber chatter of grizzled veterans and old hunters turn to a little bit more of fantastic revelry, of dramatized hunting stories and near-death incidents.
And every time someone like does a story at the end, that's just to be like, and then he'll just recite the name that they gave, and hopefully everyone drinks with him.
And they take a drink and they cheer, and the beverages start to get
drunk,
around.
Hopefully.
Absolutely. As this goes on, I would ask where we would find. I believe most of you have kind of gone out to find private rest. So, is there anyone that hasn't gone off to rest yet or found a resting spot?
What?
What?
Marana hasn't?
No. So she's with the abracadabras.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like getting a bunch of items out of the abracadabra. So she wants like 3 bags of like caltrops. She wants like a bunch of oil and like vials, and she wants ball bearings.
Mm-hmm.
Iron if she can get them. But...
If you've calculated the cost of these things, then you can reduce the charges from the abracadabras.
Okay, then she's going to sleep. That's all.
You got it. And with that, say everyone finds rest for the night. It takes a few hours of settling in, but
Before we do that, I did send Noachi out to scout.
Correct. What where like how far and where were you scouting particularly? Right now you're at the let me get the map up for you actually. Right. You're right at this hunting lodge, which is at the edge of the woods of the Fated Wildlands here. But obviously, the Fated Wildlands is about a 12-mile stretch just going into this area here. So you're at essentially the edge of that 12-mile range too. So you can go pretty far for how far you want to try to scout. But obviously, the further away, the more dangerous it is.
Yeah, so I probably kind of hunker down in whichever room we were gonna stay in, and like be sent to sea with Noachi for I think it's an hour per cast. So I'd like to send her out for maybe 2 hours, looking for mountainous terrain, and any trails of the Bandersnatch.
Mm-hmm. In the hour 2 range here, Noachi has a fly speed of 60, right?
Yes. Let me just
check here. Yep, 60. Hey, you get a pretty good amount of coverage of scouting here, actually. So go ahead and make a perception check for Noachi for me, as she flies out with beast sense. Or I think you can make perception check with your own when you're doing beast sense. Is that true? That might be true.
Double check.
That might not be true.
Yeah, I think I'm just like a viewer. I don't have any direct control over Noachi for beast sense. So I would presume that it would be Noachi's
Probably.
perception.
Just go ahead and cast Beast Sense for me out of your spellbook if you see it. Just make it appear. Chat. Oh, there it is. I found it. While perceiving through the beast senses. This is through the beast senses, so I imagine you would use the beast senses. Yeah. So go ahead and roll a perception check for Nawachi. Yeah. See how detailed of a scout she can get there for you. Okay. As Noachi is flying through the area, she does manage to spot a few things. On her flyby, you do note that there is seemingly this large black orb of some sort of stone, kind of like way down the path. There are a few trees kind of around that orb that have like quills stuck in the tree and stuff. A little ways before that, the terrain. Well, actually, the terrain through all of this spot here is very cliffy and semi-mountainous. It's like a very rough terrain going throughout this entire area. And then that's all you really have of note as you fly back around. Come back to yourself.
So I'm just writing it down.
Yeah.
So you said that I found like cliff faces?
Yeah, like a lot of the terrain here through this area is there's a lot of cliffy terrain where there are cliff faces, like stony and rocky cliff faces that kind of go up at various heights. That they themselves also kind of grow a lot of forestry and bush life as well. It kind of really it's a dense vegetative area to navigate through.
The cliffs relatively close to the barbs?
Yeah, most of the like area you're flying through is cliffy. A lot of cliffs throughout most of this area you've been kind of examining. There's a few spots without, but especially as you get more towards the center of this spot, it does seem to get even more cliffy.
Would I be able to? It's about 2 hours flying speed for Noachi. Can I math that for like our own travel time?
Yeah, you would travel at essentially half of that, maybe a quarter, depending on the terrain. Quarter speed. So it's a ways away to get through there, but depending on how you navigate, which you're a fairly good navigator, probably wouldn't be too much slower.
Okay. Would there also be any like rivers near this area?
There's a few creeks and rivers and like small water sources running through this area, for sure.
Okay.
And
I don't by
Galachi.
chance see the Bandersnatch
No.
at all. Yeah.
You see a few various wild creatures, some deer, some elk, etc., but nothing else. As you swoop back to your resting place, Noachi comes back in, and your vision, fades, or whichever one comes first or last, depending on how that goes. But at any rate, you're back in the resting chamber that you have found.
I sleep under the bed.
Yeah, there you go. And we're ready to move on to the next morning. So, just... Oh, it's too many days. There we go. Now, so you all, ooh, time's frozen. There we go. You all come to with the sound of a loud whistle as it sound, and you hear like the sound of barking dogs as a few hunters are taking some hounds out for a hunt. Even you, Zekian, would kind of hear this call out in your resting place in the woods. It's a sharp enough whistle that it carries. But you are all brought to consciousness. Nephsis, you're in the designated like resting area that they kind of gave you. I imagine most of you are, in fact. It sounds like most of you were like the area they kind of lended to you for rest. So most of you are kind of awakening in that bunk area, bunk beds and such for you all to sleep in. And you're all coming to consciousness at this time for the first time in a long time.
Who's ready to go hunting?
I am ready for breakfast.
Okay, breakfast, then hunting.
Yes.
And as you all start to kind of shift to start your morning preparations.
Wait, where's Zeke?
Speak of the devil, around this time, if you would like to have been, you could have been walking back to the others, or if you had other plans.
No. Sure.
Gotcha.
Oh. All right,
we're gonna comes down, and Stillin is not too far from far behind him.
I'll run down to the well, this is an inn, right? They have food here, along with drinks.
I think it's a hunting lodge, but
hunting lodge. There we go. Right. Yeah. Okay. So they have food at the hunting lodge, right? I run down to wherever they got the food because they have food here.
You run down to the main hall, and there you see kind of Gubu, who's already awake, and he's already kind of preparing some daily meals and handing them out to various hunters who are preparing to go out on their daily hunts. It looks like he is frying up this large, like hunks of this large bovine-like creature that he has currently sawing parts off of and frying up in a pan and serving with a side of rice. Looks tasty.
Perfect. Boo boo. Can we get 1, 2, 3, 4? Can we get 5 of those? Norm, the way you make it, and then one that's raw, one that you didn't cook yet.
Double portions for all of you, cause big hunt today.
Big hunt. Yeah. Big hunt.
All right. And then he starts carving the meat off, getting the feast going.
I'll feline agility it up to everybody. I'll be able to do like 5 runs in a single round. I can't imagine it's that far.
Some of yous don't do meat, right?
Too bad, they're getting it anyway.
Separate the meat and the rice and put some veggies in there. Anyone who doesn't. But as he scoops it all together, he throws it all in front of you. Takes a few minutes.
Zip, 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 zip.
When you have your breakfast, it's delicious. It's tasty. Is there anything you wish to discuss at the breakfast table before setting off?
I think I'm gonna be tanking this a lot. Is that true?
We don't find a way to make it come after me.
Or just kind of we can share aggro.
Have we heard at this point that this thing has can be pretty focused about what it kills? I thought we heard something along those lines. Okay, not definitive.
You said what you did here was that it would make sense theoretically for a weapon designed against magic users or target magic users, but that's not definitive at all. No one confirmed that. Not even
went for Ebonhand, but maybe I'm Just completely off my rocker. Been a little bit.
I think you might have been thinking that because the theory was that it attacks magic users,
Gotcha.
and
Okay.
you have a strong sense of magic on your arm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, anxious about trying to approach it in the open. I think maybe we could spend some time working out how to get an advantage from the outside.
Well, we don't know where
Outside
it is,
away.
right? Do
Oh,
we?
I
do
saw
we know
some
where-
barbs.
Barbs?
Barbs. In the tree.
Some barbs.
4
Barbs like
hours.
barbarians, or
No, like Barbara.
like Barbara?
Barbara.
Does anybody understand what the lizard is saying?
Yeah, you ever have barbacoa?
Friendly neighbors. Barbara.
Oh, like the ones that cut my hair.
I think she's saying that we're going to see some sort of
I'm not
sign
sure
of
if
the.
Nanon's
creature.
having a stroke or if I'm having a stroke.
No, I kid. You know the barbs. The
Barbs,
sticky,
like
outy,
the-
pointy.
Right, like the,
Oh, like
I
on
think
the
the quills I was
Bandersnatch?
describing, aye.
Oh yeah,
Pointy outy things that it goes ping.
but oh, but so you've seen them, but not attached to the thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Ah, we can find those barbs and then follow the path and find the thing.
Presumably.
That sounds like a good start. Yeah.
Well, we can see how powerful these barbs are. And maybe, I don't know, see if this armor can even do anything.
Yeah.
Maybe see how they react to the cold iron. We can test some things.
Then on, how quickly can you get us to the barbs?
What terrain? It's forest terrain, right?
This would be a forest. Yeah. You could probably argue mountainous as well. Or whatever the
Right.
fuck the... What?
Uh.
No, not very swampy in here.
It's not particularly wet forest.
Hey, there's a really
No, not this
part
time.
at the corner of it. You don't think that goes all the way?
Not quite a wetlands.
Mirana's gonna pull out the caltrops and the oil. Like, you guys want any of this? It's just
Caltrops and oil.
it's the
I mean,
Sounds like a good time.
If okay.
The oil could
I-
be interesting.
I will say, I think that the caltrops are going to do. Well, I guess I don't. I've used caltrops with people. This thing is so big that, like, a caltrop, I don't know if it'll even know it's there.
That's why I got 60. It's a big thing.
I mean, like,
Well,
honestly, I
maybe
feel
worth,
like if it
like-
stepped on one of us, it wouldn't know we were there. That's how big this thing is.
Right. Think you might need to think a
Or
bit
within an
bigger.
eye.
See what you're getting at.
Does anyone have any really big Legos?
That is very funny that caltrops don't actually say they have a size requirement. That's hilarious.
I mean, if you step on a needle, it hurts, no matter how small the needle is.
If Godzilla stepped
I
on a
think
caltrop,
there is limits to how small the needle can be and it still hurt.
If Godzilla steps on
I mean, I feel like it's just relevant to how much HP you have, you know? If your max HP is 10, caltrops fucking hurt. If your max
yeah, but
HP is
it
10,000,
reduces
you
your
hardly notice them.
reduces your moving speed by 10 regardless of
Yeah,
your size.
If your move speed is 20, that's a lot. If your move speed's 80, it's not. And big things tend to have high movement speeds.
Hey, you know what? Well, the
What is it
more
that
the
does?
merrier.
Throw them.
And there's oil too.
Wait. Okay, so all right. So hold on a second. Could I rig up something where every time I get hit, I drop like 2 or 3 caltrops wherever I got hit? Because I have a feeling I'm
Sounds
going
like
to
a
get hit
magic
a
item.
lot.
Just drop them.
Right. I'm going to be a pinata of caltrops.
That
Come on, get
that
me,
sounds
I
like
dare
a magic item, or setting up like an action to drop that, or setting up like a reaction to drop them when you get hit. So probably not a
You could
great way
wear-
to do that.
Oh, I was talking
With
about
just
like a bag that like
Like a
There
bag.
must be
Like,
some
It's-
that
it's
blow up
like
his
a-
coins.
it's like a toothpaste tube but caltrops.
Every time he gets
It
it, he
just
wants to
shoots
shoot
them
out
out.
gold rings.
just shoots out things all like Sonic, like all around him. Caltrops shoot out around
You just
him.
wear a helmet with a bowl on it. Then every time you're hit, oh, drink.
Yeah, I think it says
Magnet
yeah.
swallows you, you can drop
To
it.
effectively spread the caltrops over an area, it's going to require an action. Otherwise, they would be too spread out to be effective. You have to really set them up.
Okay, Oog, I'm gonna propose something where I could basically tie like strings with caltrops around my waist, so the caltrops are always behind me. So if this thing is chasing me, it's gonna be slowed down. Right? If I
I
can
will
get its
allow
attention,
you to make a check to craft like a backload backpack drop of caltrops.
this is even a drop. This is just to like drag them on a string, like a couple strings behind me and a fan.
But if you double
Oh, he
back,
wants
does
to
that mean
leave-
you
he
touch
wants
your
to
tail?
Have, like,
I got
200
fucking
caltrops, all with individual fishing lines, just
Right,
dragging on
exactly.
the
just
floor.
dragging behind him
I
as he
got-
runs around.
I got fucking monk speed and monk like agility. Like I don't think I can dodge these caltrops. That's not even an issue for me.
I don't think the
Hmm,
logistics
I'm
of this
saying
make
my entire
sense.
life.
Feels like a crazy.
Okay,
Yeah, I
but
love
if with help from Nanan, can I make
Yeah.
an
I
attempt
feel like
to
that would
craft
make it
something?
worse.
I'm
No,
kind
no.
of artisan.
Nanan can craft. Nanan's got
Yes.
skills.
Yes, I practiced with my artisan skills.
So you're trying to craft essentially a cape that, and mind you, D&D doesn't have facing, so behind you is an arbitrary place in the
Perfect. That makes me happy.
Even
world.
better.
It's just around me.
Things
dude.
behind you just have less speed.
Yeah.
That
things
sounds
that
like
are
a
in-
magic item.
things that are
adjacent to him.
in pursuit of me.
I'm assuming
sounds-
Opal doesn't have like a 10-foot long cape of these things, so I would assume it's something that's adjacent. And then at that point, are they dragging on the ground? Like, do we have to
Yes.
step on them? Like, I don't know.
It's gonna be like a movable spiky banana peel.
How fast are you gonna be running? Are they
Ooh, I'm gonna make this in every
down?
game if you say yes right now, just so you know. There's nothing stopping me from doing this on every character.
I'll let you craft a detachable, like a drop pouch that drops
do it too.
caltrops behind you. Yeah,
Okay,
drop
all right,
caltrops
let's
behind
do it.
you, but it drops caltrops behind you, which is basically just a bag of caltrops
Which really I could
that
just
you
drop
spend
some bag of
you could
caltrops.
just grab it. You could drop a bag of caltrops behind you.
For an action.
Can I
If you
rig
do
it up
good enough,
as an...
if you do good enough on the crafting check, I'll let it be a bonus action. Tell you what, if you can make, you'll have one
Good.
attempt to
Not-
like,
I
try to
couldn't
make
make
a
it
thing.
I couldn't make it an interact.
No,
you mean
and-
free?
So
And-
free, no.
An object interaction. All right, fuck it.
Yeah, interact with an object is.
I
an
want to make the cape. Nanan, let's make a cape.
Yes, okay, let's do it. And I'm
I
going
would
to
aid
shovel
Nanan
biggest-
by instructing what I'm looking for.
What tool check proficiency are you going to try to use to make this? Leather workers would be appropriate. Tailors.
yeah, I
tools.
have a leathers watch. Other work.
Come on, Nanan. Do the thing.
Julie,
In
do the
bless
thing.
yourself.
And you're
Yeah.
aiding by just pointing out like your design. I don't think that really helps. It's just like I want this. Does that help? I want this. So if you have proficiency in the tools, I'll allow you to aid. Otherwise,
Hold on a second. Maybe I've got an actual thing that can help with this. Let's find out.
right.
I almost definitely don't.
Then you'll just have to roll the check normally. Then and on, just roll the straight check.
Good luck,
for,
Nanan. I
leather
believe
workers
in you.
tools.
Hey.
You do an admirable job assembling this abomination of fashion. Essentially, what it is a wrapped up like sheet with caltrops in it that a little bit quicker you can pull a rope on and deploy caltrops behind you.
Sick.
How many ropes are there on the...
I put it on.
It takes about an hour to make this.
Oh shit!
Worth it.
I was just tying up string.
Yeah, but you have to for an hour.
Apparently, Jesus.
Getting it all set up, testing it out, making sure it works right, and then like
I don't care if it
reassembling
works right. This is a meme.
This meme will win the fight.
Well, this meme
This
works correctly.
particular fold.
Well, this
costs like
meme works
14
exactly
minutes.
as intended.
The whole point is that it has to work, or else it's
Again, this is a meme
Yeah.
I'm doing in every campaign from now on.
You can set up caltrops as a bonus action.
Sick. Actually, if I don't have another bonus action, hell yeah, I'll do that.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It
Awesome.
requires some setup.
Kind of
It's
dope
kinda
for
cool.
clerics. Kind of dope for clerics.
I
and
think
it
it's pretty
costs
cool.
gold, just like everything else that clerics do.
Exactly.
Also, clerics never have a free bonus action. It's always spiritual weapon.
But anyway, you have your prime
Or
preparation
Noachi. But that is less cleric and more.
board.
It's a
Not
random.
cleric at all, really.
No.
In fact, it's an entirely different class.
It's a ranger class, not the cleric class.
Okay, is all. I guess I'll do that while people are dining, and
Yes.
as
Breakfast
soon as
happens.
everybody's ready, let's hit the road and start hunting a Bandersnatch.
Like when you're too far into this project, Ness is gonna be like, you know, I had another idea.
You see him like she's just going at it with ropes and shit. Like, I have time.
Not now, Nefsus.
It's like, no, take your time. You guys keep doing that. I don't know if this is gonna affect you, but
Wait, it needs this whole bone for good luck. And I'm just gonna sew that right.
Perfect.
actually, before Nefsus does this, can I pray and try to divine intervention this?
You better pray.
Yeah. What are you divine? What are you
I
divine
want-
interventioning?
I want the Bandersnatch to be able to understand me.
Okay, divine intervention it.
Oh, all right, never mind. I
50.
don't have a plan.
One of these days, dude.
Never mind. That was
Man,
a 10. Oh fuck, sorry.
Unless you're actually just level 54 all along.
Could be.
He could be.
Just in case,
dude.
if I probably would have brought it up for anyone that fought him. Did anyone has anyone ever heard the Spanish sneak? Is it or speak? Has it ever seemed to understand anybody speaking?
Google kind of scrunched his chin. Didn't do much talking, no. Was busy killing.
Okay.
Would Zeke know if the Bandersnatch understands the language? Sylvan or
Make
Druidic
a
or Celestial or something?
history check. Or nature check, whichever.
Those are
You're unsure. You know that the Green Mother has to will it forward somehow. The simplest way
what language do
would be
the elders typically speak? Sylvan?
Sylvan is the typical like Fey language.
I guess would I know, is this thing mindless or is it intelligent? I guess it's autonomous. That implies some level of intelligence.
I think that kind of question's been floated out already with Scylla and all of that. So anything you guys know about that has already been said.
Okay. I'll throw this option out there just in case, but I could potentially do the same thing I did with Zeke and get it to sit still for long enough where I could still try to bind it like I did with the arm. Well, not quite what I did with the arm, but similar.
I think
Well, just to be clear, the thing you
is
did to
a
me
good
wasn't
thing.
exactly binding.
Right.
You just hurt a little.
That would just get it to sit still long enough so that it wouldn't kill me. It would still probably try to kill you guys.
What if
Any
it
kind
doesn't
of
care?
immobile is good.
Well,
last I remember, the thing you did to me would just give me a nasty headache.
Well, you also couldn't attack me, so that's pretty handy.
Oh.
So I could get this thing to sit still for long enough and not kill me to where I can do the other thing, and we could go into the Green Mother's courtroom with her own Bandersnatch.
And then she turns it against us. Kills us with it anyway.
She wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, unless she has 8 hours to spend. Or she has a way to making an 8-hour casting go off instantly. Which would be very cool. But it would also mean we'd probably lose the fight anyway.
Real quick, we do know, well, maybe them not totally understanding how that thing works. Would just a dispel magic make that go away?
It'd have to be pretty high.
But something that, say, an eldest slash god slash demigod would have access to, probably?
I guess it would.
I think part of this is just we don't give her the chance.
Well, there's also the thing that she would have to cast a pretty high level spell on it, and if she's close enough to it, she can't get away. So all we'd have to do is get this thing within 20 feet of her before she can do that. And Dispel Magic is a 30-foot spell, so she's already really
quick, before we, I mean, I love the sound of this because that sounds like a two birds with one stone sort of situation. I like
Capturing the beast. Zillan kind of speaks up.
But the
healing, if you could do it.
But the question is, even if we did, what do what am I gonna say? Like, how are we gonna transport it?
It'll come with us once it's bound.
Right, but then it just seems.
If you're worried about size, I know a guy who has some pills that make you bigger or smaller.
Who cares if we have this big thing with us? Who's going to stop it?
Well, if you worry about it fitting through doors or something.
No, I got the joke. It was really good.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you also have a guy with pills that will help.
I don't know. It seems like just such an unnecessary risk. The amount of effort we'd have to go through to just capture it, I think, will be equally likely to kill us all as if we just tried to kill it, if not more so.
Well, how about we try to kill it, and if that doesn't pan out, it's pretty good consolation if we control it.
I would have to spend a minute to try to control it.
That sounds like you're using pretty big magic to do that, too.
What's the range on something like that?
60 feet.
And if it's within 60 feet of you, then doesn't it not work at all?
20 feet.
Oh, 20. Oh, 20. I mean,
you just have to keep it close, but not too close.
Yeah, as long as I guess.
But this is kind of my other option is to turn off its defenses, but I don't know if I can do both. Well, I can't do both.
Yeah, as a reminder, you guys do know for sure, because this is something that's confirmed, that a 6th level Dispel Magic will turn off the anti-magic field for 1 round until the end of the creature's next turn.
I mean,
which would allow you to do whatever you want to do, but for 1 round.
I mean, is Steel and Strike? Is that like that's a magical thing you do, right?
Yeah.
And that doesn't work on the single target. That works on
a lot of targets. It works on a single target, but it's not exactly what it's for. No.
I'm trying to think
if you can get the magic out of the way, and I know it's coming, I mean, I can do a lot.
But yeah, it sounds like Nefsis has some pretty big spells to spend, but they seem kind of mutually exclusive. It feels like if you guys want to go the Dispel route and take down the barrier,
level spell.
And 6th level is also what you need for Planar Binding?
Yeah, but it would mean anything I need to do anything. So
Right,
now,
exactly.
my plan is to convince it to sit still for me for upwards of 30 days, and then in that time, get my binding so I can take control of it. And then we have 10 days from there to get it to the Green Mother.
We have to remember, if we go that route, and the spell doesn't take hold, we're going to have to fight it.
Without any
we're going to be
magic.
fighting it the whole time anyways. Just to keep it
Or-
away from Nefsis.
We
can
run.
do a lot of damage with bound benders.
We certainly could. That
I mean,
thing,
it's ideal
if
that
we
we
could
can
bend it
catch
to our
but
will,
If we can't.
that'd be good.
Look,
Does the spell have to run out in order to cast it again?
Sorry.
It just
No.
takes a long time to cast it in the first place.
Okay, so
So you just have
what?
to stay in range for 60 feet? Like,
Yeah.
For the entire spell?
Yeah.
Do you have to be on the ground or can you go like floating?
That was another idea. I could potentially fly on my own dragonfly. I could maybe get above it, get out of range a little bit off the ground.
Okay. I like
Well,
this plan.
whatever we decide to do, just let me know how I can best support it. Because I can punch it. I can try to stun it. I can, although I don't know if it will succeed because it's probably got a constitution up the wazoo. I can just punch it and then just try to defend myself and not fucking die.
It's important to say, so did fucking the barbarian Zonoff. And he stunned. He got stunned pretty hard.
He did. Yeah.
Also, we're forgetting to add proficiency to it.
Wait, what?
Well, he didn't have proficiency. I just didn't give him proficiency, but he probably
Oh,
should have
okay.
had proficiency.
My guess is that this Bandersnatch thing is probably pretty proficiently constitutional. It's like
Freedom.
it's like the Constitutional
Freedom.
Convention up in there.
It loves freedom.
I mean, the logic is that we know it can be controlled because the Green Mother controls it. So, if she can, why can't Nefsis?
In order for this to work, I'm going to need one of you, anybody that knows what language this thing might speak, to give me some pointers on some command words. Maybe like just even sit.
Well, that in Sylvan, it's just sit.
All right.
Pretty convenient.
Let's sit for 30 days. Is that a different saying?
No, that's pretty close.
Great.
Yeah.
We stick it on one or two heralds.
It's just the same language, pretty much.
I will say,
basically.
I learned Sylvan under a mountain. So my pronunciations might not be super precise.
What do you think? Is there any way I could like roll to see if I understand the wording well enough? Maybe like here's a crazy one. Here's a crazy one. Wisdom performance?
To like mimic it?
Yeah.
I'd say yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd also allow intelligence. Something, just I don't know. Just intelligence check.
Oh.
Dexterity. It's dexterity of the tongue. Are you a cunning linguist?
Yeah, it's not that difficult to replicate. You've replicated sounds before in your line of work. And based on the hearing and based on replicating that sound, you're able to do it pretty well. You feel confident you would be able to communicate this, and you even test it on Zekian, and like Zekian give you a thumbs up saying that sounds right.
Okay. It's like test your gas on him. All right, cool. All right, well then I'm all ready.
Right.
I will follow you into the dark.
Is Arasta sleeping in?
No, I'm here. I'm just quiet.
Okay,
the
well, you
first
are
time
teeny
in a
tiny and you
year.
need to eat.
But I will fight hard for my friend.
I'm gonna run up and stab it in the foot.
I'm gonna stab it right in the foot with my dagger.
My
That's the
fake
plan.
dagger. I'm gonna action surge. I'm gonna do it all again.
I should
This
probably give
binding,
you
hit it and the spell is over?
No, you can hit it, and it's probably going to try to hit you. So if the spell takes hold, I would say run away.
Okay, so like it would be friendly to us.
It would be friendly to me. So
friendly to you.
You guys are going to have to give me, if it works, you're going to have to let me sit alone with it for about 8 hours while I try to bind it.
Oh, so the plan is you get it, then we run?
Yeah.
And then we leave you alone for a day.
It from killing you.
His brain magic to keep it from killing him. And then while it's enraptured in that, take the time to bind it.
I could make it so that it tries not to attack you, but all that's going to do is hurt it.
I'll admit, this is probably better than having its blood heart. I was just going to make a cool thing out of that, but using this will probably, if it can work, but we need to be prepared if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, do we stay and fight? Do we run? Do we?
And we just beat it to death.
All right. Are we all prepared for that?
Yeah.
Right, but Nefsus, you're going to have to use your big dispel thing either way. Yeah, so when you do this, we're all still going to have an opening.
So the attempt with the controlling, that's going to take up my biggest slot, but I can probably push deep and still get a dispel out. What I'm trying to say is I do have hero points to use the dispel, but the gas would take my first 6th level spell slot.
It's crazy you say that because I also have a fucking shit ton of hero points. In fact, I've maxed out the hero point economy.
Well, get to spending.
Yeah. Okay, how many hero points does it take for me to yeehaw this Bandersnatch?
Define ye.
Upon its back.
And then define haw.
I've been trying to, Zekian, I've been trying to ride a dinosaur since day 1 of this campaign. I swear to God, if you do it before me, I will end you.
I'm just saying.
I will join the Bandersnatch.
All the thing. Great. I can yee your haw as well. If of all the people to ride all the bullshit, I got you all dragonflies. Shut up. Of all people to buy the bullshit. If Zekian, the guy who wants to remove all the Fae from the cycle, then gets on the back of the Fae Doomsday device and fucking yees its haw all the way into the Green Mother's court and says, I got your dog, and then fucking eat her with it? That sounds like 3 hero points to me.
Even if he can't cast spells the whole time.
I don't need spells.
Got you. He passes fast enough to the face. That's what you're for. You got all the spells.
Look, one of the hero points I'd be using is for a WWE Super Slam. So, if nothing else, maybe I can. I don't know. John Cena.
Get a return on investment.
Slam time.
Saying I also have a lot of hero points, and that means I have 3 times do the impossible, and that means yee, haw, and tame.
Near impossible. Important word. Near impossible.
Yeah. Near impossible.
yeah.
All right, near ha, the tame.
Near ha. But not to say that ye and hawing by your definition isn't possible. It just depends on it depends on how
Sylvan, so I can even say yeehaw in Sylvan.
Oh,
it actually sounds exactly like that too.
This is he and yaw.
It's he yaw.
Also, guys, if this works, I'm gonna need something in order to bind them. But let's cross that bridge when we come to it.
What do you need?
You can go get it for me.
1,000 gold jewel.
Like a Fae lasso. Okay. More money, of course.
More money.
Wait, you need 1,000 gold jewel for what now?
Drugs.
To bind him. I need a jewel worth at least 1,000 gold, which the spell consumes for planar binding.
Wait, I thought it was 1 ring to bind them.
No, it's different.
Bind
With
them.
1,000 gold.
That's made of jewels.
Which in the grand scheme, a ring that binds a tame is only 1,000 gold. That's pretty cheap. How long does it bind it?
10 days when I upcast it.
Right, this is 100 gold a day cost.
That's good value.
It's good value.
That could crush the economy.
Good value if it works and we don't die.
Well, if it doesn't work, then, then it doesn't consume it.
And
Is
we
that
don't buy
true?
it.
Yes, but only use the materials if they work.
Oh. That seems busted.
The spell fails. It didn't do anything.
Fair enough.
It's true.
I have a quick question about the Gambler's Blade.
Correct. Question.
It's magic.
Time.
Put it up to 3. That's the answer.
Yeah. Well, if I were to do that, does that mean if I go down, I'm just down? Is it
It means you have a -3 to death saving throws,
right?
which means instead of a 50% chance, you have a 70% chance to fail.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, it doesn't take away my slots. It
No.
takes
It
away
gives you a minus on the roll.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes. All right.
So yeah, the answer is park it at 3 forever.
Oh, speaking of, thanks for reminding me. Nefsis is going to do some spells for everybody before we leave here. At least the people that seem the most in danger. So we're going to hit up some death wards on people. If someone goes down...
Wait. Hold on. Before you do any spell casting, if you cast a death ward on me, and then I get within 20 feet of the Bandersnatch, isn't it just going to go away?
Right, but then you will come back up once it moves 20 feet away from you.
Yeah.
It's a
doesn't
suppression of the
dispel, it
effect,
just
not a
suppresses.
dispel of the effect. So if like an effect was supposed to go off and then you like the creature moved away, depending on the effect.
Right. But like if 3
But it's like
rounds
you have haste, and then
pass-
you go near it, your haste is suspended, and then when you get back away from it, haste would resume.
Right.
Yeah,
would I
3
enter the 1 round of stun from haste?
No, because that's when haste is dispelled.
Or ends naturally.
Yeah,
Right.
and it does neither of those.
Do we know if the Bandersnatch can be put to sleep? So,
It does not sleep,
Not
at least I think
magically.
last time we heard.
That is correct.
does it sleep? What does it do all day?
Well, that actually is why the chaos can work, because just telling it to sit still is not life-threatening because it doesn't need to eat or sleep. Or I don't know if it needs to eat. I don't know, but it doesn't need to sleep.
Maybe it doesn't need to, it just wants to.
That's why I sleep. More on it does.
But yeah, I'm going to hit people up with the Death Ward, probably rest of Zeke Opal. Wait, Zeke's planning on staying a little bit back unless its shields could drop, right?
No, I'm probably going to be right up there with Opal.
Okay.
Because if the thing is to hold it still,
Okay,
I can do that.
I think rest is going to be a bit farther back. Nanan, do you have a plan in this fight?
I don't have a whole lot of good spells to go with this, so I was thinking of just like buffing with animals endurance or something like that, and then going in for melee.
Okay. Then he'll hit Nanan, Zeke, and Opal with Death Ward.
I basically plan to use Sentinel to try to keep this thing locked down.
Yeah.
And I'm debating, what do you think is going to be the most effective? Do I try to stun it every once in a while, or do I just passive defense to not die?
You can do both.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I'll just all right, so a minute is 10 rounds of combat,
Sure is.
Yeah.
right? So that means we have to survive for 10 rounds of combat in order for this thing to work.
guess
I
you don't
usually
spell
I
it,
usually
so-
last 3 rounds of combat at best. And I know that was when I was still at like 50 HP, but like in order for me to last that long against something like this that's going to have like plus 15 to hit, right? I'm going to need to patient defense and make it miss. Because the chances
it's
that
important. It's
That's
important to
assuming everything
remember.
goes for you, that it doesn't have some kind of baked-in vendetta for me because of the green
It's
mother.
important.
True.
It's important to remember. Dylan says, you with your key and all that are one of the most effective hitters on the field right now, as in for doing damage under normal circumstances.
Oh
No,
yeah, I'm still gonna be punching the crap out of it, but I don't know whether the stunning aspect of it is gonna be effective. I mean, I can try. If you think it's gonna be more effective against this thing than anything else we got, sure, I'll try it. But I mean,
You
if
know
it's
your abilities best.
I have no idea whether it would work on this thing. I know it works on other shit, but
Let's say that we'll have to gauge it then when we get Because if it's all over you, then it might make sense to do your magic business and don't get hit. If it's not all over you, try to stun it. If
All
it
right.
seems like that's not going to work, just beat it to death. And if that's not seeming like it's doing anything, we're fucked anyways.
All right. Well, then let's go get it.
Oh, fuzzy one. Maybe you stick close to me, and I stick close to you.
I like the sound of that. Yeah, let's do that.
Well, and both of you should stay close to me. Because if it goes after you, I can lock it down.
Yeah, how about we all just stay close? Although, what if it has AoE? Then we just get fucked. It's just gonna step on us and we're all gonna die.
Anyone who's gonna be up close with it, just stay next to me because I can at least lock it down. That's all. If you're off on your own, that's your own business. But if you want to be more safe, just stay next to me.
Okay.
If that's a bad idea, we can adjust.
So, alright, hold on a second, real quick. Because I don't know how your Sentinel thing works. Is it when the thing moves away from you or attacks somebody who's within 5 feet of you?
Shortly in chat.
When a creature within 5 feet of me makes an attack against a target other than me, I can
Okay,
attack it.
this
So I guess
thing
you
is
technically have to be next to me.
right. This thing is huge, right? So we could
Yeah,
just
you're
be
right.
on the
Maybe
other
next to me.
side, giving you bonuses to your hitting, and that way we don't get just AOE ass blasted into next week.
Yeah.
Into a new campaign, really.
Yeah, well, hopefully it just stays on me.
All right, well, let's go do it.
I've got more health, I've got more armor, and I've got more mitigation than I think
We'll
everyone
say you
here.
kind of have been walking and talking this
Oh.
time.
Yeah.
Also, while we're walking, is it really important anyone keeps their concentration right now?
Nope. You mean you?
Maybe.
Send Noachi.
I'll probably do it for myself, but if anyone else does, I'll do it for them as well.
What is it?
Oh, Marana too.
I can give us advantage if I consume a charge. I give us advantage on con saves for 24 hours.
Maybe.
Marana already has advantage.
Oh, okay.
So
I've got a few things. For
I'm gonna grab another drink while you guys wrap
to
up
buff
your
up
final
myself
deliberations.
with my magic, and then whenever you dispel it and all of it kicks in, to just go in as hard as I can.
Yeah. Opal, if when I'm about to dispel it, I'll yell out. But if you can, try to get over to me and I'll buff your weapon so that you can hit harder.
ooh, and I'll be able to maybe charge. Okay, yeah, call it out like the round before, and I can like sprint your way, and then I can sprint right back the next round, and with buffed weapons, and I can charge up those lightning gauntlet thingies, and I'm just gonna fucking unload.
Right. And if we kill it, great.
All right, real quick because I don't remember it all. If I use a hero point to if for example if there's a round where we get to do that and I'm doing that and I use a hero point to just continue my attacking, do I get like a whole round of attacks or just a single attack?
It's like a held
It's an
action. Yeah.
It's an action. So for me that would be attack, second
Just two
attack,
attacks. Yeah.
just 2 attacks. So it would be a total of 6 attacks for a
Yeah,
round.
because martial arts is once per turn. It's not a whole new turn. It's just an extra action.
Okay. All right. So I may not use it for that. I might use it to just not fucking die or try to deflect a attack off of you or something like that.
Does anyone
Maybe
have
use it for more ki.
resistances against poison?
I wonder if I could use it to give like a just like if we do it before we roll, right? We can get like a +8 to a roll. If I can
D8,
force
yeah.
like a
Plus a D8.
plus a D8. Wonder if I can force a minus D8 on a con save or something like that on the Bandersnatch.
I don't think they can be used like that. I wish they could. But how many charges does this Aegis Healer's Kit have? It's just not listed.
How many charges?
Yeah, I don't think we've used it yet.
It should have as many as a normal healer's kit,
I think that's
20?
which is 20. 10 uses. Take care of 10 uses. There's it right there.
All right. So I'm just gonna put 9 out of 10.
Yeah, actually throw it on me as well.
8 out of 10.
Very nice. Good usage.
Wow.
As you guys take the salves out of the healings pail that Aegis gave you, and you start to apply it to them, and it's a emboldening salve. It's like a Vicks vapor rub almost on your chest, and you just smell it in your nose, and now you feel much more constitutional. But since it's right at our time anyways, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break here. But as you're going into the hunt, you're walking now, you're heading there down to start your trek into the wilderness. And we'll pick right back up as you begin your trek. But yeah, 10 minutes here, so let's get back at 11:35. I got a little bit to get through here, so let's try to see y'all then.
Okay.
Alrighty. Oh, I've returned.
What say you, gazelle?
What say thee? Oh.
There, I put on just my straight red light.
You should have put on a gay red light.
What? What?
Hey, buddy. Oh.
I'm ready to get fucked up.
Boom!
Already there, brother.
I mean, I've been there for a while. That Rona do be like that, but I'm ready to get fucked up in game too. I'm ready to get out of this fucking lodge.
We're away from the lodge. We've established. We've established. We've canonized. We have walked away from the lodge. We're in the wilderness now,
You
officially.
know what? I'll move us.
We're already off grid.
We're in the woods.
We're still
We're
off grid.
there.
What's going on?
Whoa,
No,
cheaters!
I did that on purpose. I used the shift.
Yeah, the shift tool. Now we're in the woods
It's a
officially.
little too far in the woods. Go.
Now we're more in the woods. What's going on?
We're getting
Now
there.
we're in
the
the
woods.
Fadlands.
Okay.
Fadlands. The Fad lands.
Fadlands. The fatted lands.
So
What about the fade lands where you just get fucking faded, bro?
faded. Whoa.
So fucking faded.
Whoa. Whoa.
Can one of you kids tell me what it means to get faded?
Oh, Marana. Just curious. Tap on your mic. I think it's using the wrong
It's not
mic.
using that mic.
Go to
Yeah.
your Discord settings.
So, yeah, that
In fact,
made
hold
sound.
on.
And
Hold
then-
up your fingers and like snap at your webcam. Like,
Whoa!
it ain't that
Your
either.
keyboard.
Where's it? Where's it coming
I
from?
don't know. I do not know.
What's what?
Wait. No, hold
Whoa.
on. That can't be right.
I feel like no matter what, no matter how
ain't
insensitive it was,
that.
if you
Tap your
tap
webcam.
this, tap your webcam.
Oh,
There it is.
yep.
But get really close to your webcam and like talk into your webcam.
Hi.
Whoa!
Oh, it's using your webcam mic.
But
Go to
even though
voice
you
and
showed
video.
us your audio settings. And
I thought it said
mic.
the right thing. Go to input device and then just change it to different things. Or have you already done that?
I've already done that.
Whoa!
That's crazy.
Whoa! Whoa, Bobby!
Try again.
Okay.
Maybe go to your audio settings and like
Yep.
disable your camera from being a mic that it can be picked up.
True. You can do that from the same place you went to.
You did that too? What in the world? All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop acting like I can help with this. This is magic now.
This is magic.
This is in the
voodoo.
land of
We need
magic.
I don't
K.
like it.
We need
we
K.
need
We need
K.
a magician.
That's crazy. I would make sure like I would just like keep changing input devices until when you tap on this we hear something at the very least. That's crazy to me. That is crazy. All of this is crazy to
Or,
me.
and I hate to say this, maybe we get another uncameraed player and you unplug this camera so that it stops trying to think it's a real thing.
Oh, I think the camera's part of her laptop.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind.
Oh, I didn't know that you used the laptop.
I'm not sure. I think so. She said laptop before.
Ooh, where's the Christmas music?
I don't have any Christmas tracks in here, but I should.
I'm gonna check out what Bobble League is.
Maybe just for fun, turn off echo cancellation. That never fucks with anything, though. I don't think that'd be it. I'm sure you tried it. You tried like 1,000 things. It's crazy. Oh, whoa, what's spell kit?
I think
That
it's.
sounds fun.
What? No game. I heard
Whoa,
sound.
I heard something.
Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah.
No! What?
Wait.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
but it's
better.
quiet.
Okay.
Is it just the
It's-
tip of your mic?
Yeah, that's working now.
Yeah, the tip worked. I don't think when you hit the side it worked. Oh, it did.
No, I don't
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Why?
great.
It doesn't work on the tip.
It's working, I guess.
Yeah, it's better. It's better than the webcam mic, but it is still quiet. So something weird still going on there, but that is better. One thing I don't know what to do. I imagine like reinstall Discord.
I did
That
too.
seems
No.
that's crazy. Reinstall Windows. I don't know.
Okay,
That's
what
the. That's a little. It's getting better. I don't know about for you guys, but like I did all my audio configuration to make her a little bit louder. Admittedly, you're not as loud as you used to be, but you are more audible than you were at the start of this.
Okay. I wonder why I did that.
It's perplexing to me too, because it's a very strange localized issue, and when our group runs into a lot of strange localized tech issues, and when it happens, it's very confusing to me specifically because I run into a lot of localized tech issues too. I don't like them because it's like, why am I the only one that has these tech issues, and why is it happening now? Nothing's changed. Especially when you haven't changed anything on your computer and it just happened. Yeah, I don't like that. It's crazy though, because it's definitely not your headset's fault, because you said you have 2 different headsets and it kind of did the same issue, and even your webcam was kind of like low. That's crazy. It's
Discord is telling me to shut the fuck up.
Switch to Zoom, and then when you listen to the source, you said it sounds loud enough too. That's crazy.
Yeah, it sounds like it's this normal volume when I listen to it.
That's so weird.
Bonkers.
Yeah. Not a lot of solutions and other than try different hardware, I guess. But hard to say. Luckily, you're
you
semi
probably
hearable.
already tried it, but how does your output volume look?
Okay. I mean, I turned it up, but it just hurts. Like...
Yeah, output volume's gonna be for what you hear. Your input's all the way up and stuff, I assume.
Sorry, I always get those backwards.
It sounds like output would be what
You're
I think
inputting your
input's
voice
high.
into the computer.
You got input up, and then I think in the sound settings, she's already even gone to the levels and turned those up in the like hardware settings of the computer too. Have you? You look perplexed when I said that, like maybe you hadn't. Oh, now I can't hear you at all. This is a de-evolution.
Oh, what have we done to you?
Does anyone else have a custom tab in their microphone properties that has a microphone boost option? I also have that, which might be a thing that you have. It's in those microphone property settings, which was a cool one that I used to use. Nice, it's loud. Oh, it says you're deafened. Oh, Opal's in that game. Is he here?
Oh, sorry. I've been here the whole
Oh,
time. I've been talking too. I didn't realize it was muted. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. I'll leave the activity.
Oh, no worries, Opal.
I could have sworn I was talking. I was. Just
muted. No worries. Happens. And Rana, if you can just get it back to how it was.
I'm sorry.
That would be. Sorry we made you break it a little bit. At least that was semi-usable. Oh no. We fully fucked it. That's crazy.
That was Icarus flying too close to the sun.
We were flying too close to the sun. We were so close. We should have just taken what we had. Tech difficulties all around, though. Big ones. while you play with it and hopefully fix it, we'll go ahead, and if you need to say anything important, just type it out in the chat. But I hope you do get your voice back a little. Oh boy. But
good job.
So
Milk.
start. Oh, he was trying to help. He's a good lad. But the journey begins or continues, and as you start to trek, it takes you through towering trees and rocky cliffs. Gigantic mushrooms provide umbrella-like shade in addition to the shadows cast by the thick canopy of the woodlands. Early into your trek, you come across an outcrop of quartz crystals amidst a deep glen that sparkle and shine up at you. And at the bottom, you see signs. It looks like someone was here recently mining at some of these crystals, but no sign of them now. A few discarded pickaxes, signs of rope, etc., etc. But the path continues. As the terrain shifts and gives way to a great mound of obsidian, almost perfectly rounded, save for deep gashes of some massive claw marks scratched upon the surface. This is probably the large black orb that you would have saw. You would recognize as the large black orb that you would have saw from the sky. You come across that and notice that around this orb, many of the trees are embedded with large, spiny quills that are heavier on the north side of this clearing. There are more quills to the north side. But you enter into this clearing, and Sven kind of looks around, takes a moment. But where you go from here is up to you, because this is as far as you scouted.
I'm able to tell, like, time references from the barbs, from the overgrowth, from like
survival check to see how long like these some of these markings were made. See like the freshest one was perhaps.
Yeah, and see like when the oldest was compared to the newest.
Yeah, make a survival check. Oh yeah. Looking at it and checking the indentation of the marks, the claw marks on the orb itself looks like they've been continuous over time, just kind of clawing at the same parts and getting deeper and deeper into the gashes. But the trees have a various time frame. It looks like they've been being marked with these quills for quite some time. The freshest being earlier this afternoon. Or not afternoon, earlier last night. I forgot what time it is, 9 a.m.
The one might infer that this is its nest.
One might infer it passes through this area every once in a while. There's no necessarily signs of like bedding but it doesn't sleep, or even like consumed corpses, which it is said to eat things. Whether it needs to or not is another question, but it does in fact attack and eat things. And there are no discarded remains of like kills brought back here per se.
The beast was here this afternoon.
Do we see these barbs?
Yeah, they are jutting out of the tree. They are large, spiny, almost quills. They look kind of like a imagine just a single strand of hair, thicken it up a ton, and then poke it out way, or make it really long, and then give it a bunch of spiky quills on the side. Very porcupine-like, yeah.
Yeah, I can. I guess like, are they within reach? Can Zeke like go and pull one out of a tree?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, he's gonna go and grab pull one out of the tree and like scrape the business end of it like on the chest of his armor to see if it like, do these quills act like metal, or are they more or are they less?
These quills are quite brittle, and you see that they're brittler the older they are away from the body. The fresher ones that Anand has pointed out, they seem more durable.
So like,
so you can only presume
the armor just kind of snaps off.
When you put it directly against the heavy plate mail of the Bahir armor, yeah, like the brittle ones break off, and the other ones, the fresher ones give a little bit of a give, but even they are probably been off of a body for a day or so, and they are still quite a little bit brittle.
Is there any poison still on the fresher ones? Like,
It doesn't seem like there's any remaining. It's all dried up. No liquids on any of these particular quills.
Can I take one of the fresher ones and borrow some of the oil? I'd like to dip the barb into the oil and produce flame.
Kind of setting the quill aflame.
Yeah, see what kind of flammability it is.
Yeah, the oil burns up and chars the quill. Looks like a normal reaction. Looks like it burns away just fine, but doesn't seem to be particularly resistant or weak to it.
Oh, at least there's something that can maybe hurt it.
As you're kind of having this conversation, the bushes and trees rustle. As all of a sudden, a bright red figure emerges wielding a great axe. The creature runs forth, wielding it up, points towards you, Nephthys, and bellows, "You! Old guy who looks like me!" And she points towards herself. "Where's the greatest fight I could ever fight? I will prove I am no coward. The Sunny Sky Lady will choke on her words. Nobody insults me or my clan with false claims of me not being up for a fight. Not even Sunny Sky people. So speak up. Tell me, where is it?"
It would be around here sometime.
"Yeah, that's what I was told. Where exactly?" "I was told you would know, old man."
I don't know exactly.
Nephthys, it's odd looking at this individual. You think you recognize them. If it is, it's someone that you knew when they were much younger. Decades ago. In fact, would you like to have this conversation just me and you?
Sure.
Would that be better for you? Yeah, I'll mute everyone for this private thing. So you just. Oh wait, no, not mute. I need to deafen them. Server deafen. They all deaf?
Okay.
Good.
Thanks.
Good.
What you got?
Is this his daughter?
Fucker.
I
just
think
need to
so.
mute him. Fucking server mute him, fucker. Anyways. Decades ago now, while traveling through northern Alarica, a particularly harsh blizzard hit. In this blizzard, Nephthys, your daughter, was lost. Search parties found nothing, and being limited by the wrath of the storm, it began to seem, regardless of the amount of effort you put in, she was gone. And the storm threatened to claim you and the others traveling with you should you not press on. But the likeness is unmistakable. It is her. Leary. Dressed in the savage garb of the Northmen of Juankari. And despite this realization on your end, there is no recognition in her eyes. Only rage, lust for battle.
Okay.
And we'll move into that with the undeafen, unmute, undeafen. Now we're all undeafen. Seeing her stand before you, she looks. So?
Sorry. We're looking to fight the Bandersnatch. It's supposed to be in these woods. These are its quills. This is probably the biggest fight you'll ever find.
Never heard of it. Is it strong?
It's very strong. Especially if you use magic.
Stronger than an ogre?
Yeah, stronger than an ogre.
Well, I'm even stronger than that. That's why they call me the Crimson Ogre. And I don't need no magic tricks. All I need is my blood and my blade.
Hopefully you've got plenty of blood.
Lots of it.
The idea right now is to keep it away from me for a minute once we get to it.
Think you can
Plans, tactics, those are all a waste of time. We should just go in there and hit it.
I mean, I got.
Where did you come from?
Yeah,
But I'll follow your lead. Me?
Yes.
Well, I come from a clan far away from here.
Wait, do you come from a clan down under?
No, far up, in fact. We call ourselves the Iron Hellbone Marauders of the Great Frozen Waste. I'm sure you've heard of us.
That's a long name.
No, it's not. You just don't have the brain for the big words. Not like me and my clan.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What is happening?
We're gonna go do the big fight. What are you doing here, little guy? You not here to fight? I was told that people here wanted to fight, and there was gonna be a fight.
And you were told this by a light lady, sunlight,
Sunny Sky Lady.
Sunny Sky Lady.
Oh.
What's a Sunny Sky Lady?
It's probably Sarenrae.
This is what your god sends to help?
Yeah, I mean, look at her. She's helpful.
What are you insinuating, weakling?
Yeah, what are you insinuating?
You think I'm not strong?
Look at their muscles. They're almost as big as mine.
I've got dozens of Goliaths, ogres, and even hill giants that would beg to differ.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you had them with you. It's just you by yourself.
I'm all you need.
Guys, this is the Crimson Ogre.
That's right. I'm chief of my tribe.
So you said that Sunny lady said you should come here. So did
Yeah, she said I was too scared to fight, and I'm not. That's why I'm here. Big fight. Big fight. I had other things to do. Told her I was busy.
Hey, you're chief.
But
You have other things to
after
do.
she offered some things that could help my tribe, she agreed to give us 1,000 new spears if I met this challenge. Made sense. Had to do it.
So after we kill this thing, right?
Then I go home and finish what I started in the north.
You sure don't want to stick around and fight even bigger?
No. I want my spears and I want to go home.
Okay, someone sounds like a little scared.
Well,
Oh, maybe it's mine.
What did you say about me and my clan?
I said that you sound like you're too scared to fight any enemies. That
I can barely hear you with your quivering voice.
Marana, I think you just got owned.
I'm being bullied for audio issues.
Yeah, how about we don't start any fights before we take on a demigod?
Exactly. Not a good decision. I'm here. Wait, a demigod?
I
Tell
thought
me
he
more
was
about
a
the fight.
thing.
You look horned one, other horned one. You know about this fight, don't you?
Non-horned one.
Well,
Is
he
it
looks like
supposed
he
to
had
be me?
horns at one point.
Yeah, that's supposed to be me. Yeah. I do. I know a decent amount about it.
Then why are we talking about anything else? What is it? Why is it so big? Why should I care? Why aren't we just going in there and killing it?
Because we were on the way and then you interrupted us.
All right, well, let's keep going then.
Yeah, let's do that. Just do your best to stay out of our way.
You need to stay out of my way.
Great, we can do that by not being near each other.
Exactly.
It's
You'd
big
only-
enough where we probably won't see each other for most of the fight.
Sounds good to me. Just stay behind me and I'll protect all of you.
Yeah, behind isn't really relative. It's too big. There is no behind.
What is
Yeah, sure.
behind?
I've seen mammoths. I've seen big.
What does it mean to be behind? I face 8 directions simultaneously.
Who's on a pivot?
You're only thinking on the 2-dimensional plane, Zekian.
Yeah, I can't look up. Can you?
Yeah, dude.
I don't see up. I only see top down.
I don't see anything. I just know it's there.
Fair enough. You got me there. You're gonna see shit.
So wouldn't that mean you don't see up?
Correct.
You see down.
I
I
heard
don't see
dogs
it
can't
all.
see up.
No, that's a lie. They can.
I hate it here. Dogs can't see us. So if you die, where do we send your body? What do we do with you?
Into my mouth.
Eat me.
Well, that works out.
Well, we could bring you back if you die.
Okay, this
That
is
works
going
too
in
if
my
you have
mouth.
dark magics or whatever. I don't care.
That's pretty
Do you
light.
prefer to be like a soup or just like raw off the bone?
I don't care. Just don't let me go to waste.
Get roasted, okay.
You're so cool.
The one with the muscles and the orbs.
I'm actually quite warm. It's pretty hot down here in the south.
Do we have a way to go next?
We're just standing here like.
Good question. You said you knew the way. Which
Right.
way are
I
you
did not say
going?
that.
Someone
Uh,
did.
Clearly not the way that you came from, or else you wouldn't be here.
I came from the sunny sky lady's portal.
Oh shit, okay. That means we're probably close.
You interfered. She actually spoke to you.
She came and she said some stupid nonsense about me not being able to fight. Can you imagine?
I mean,
And then she promised me spears if I did. 1,000 of them. It's a lot of spears.
That is a
Why
lot
do
of
you need spears?
For my clan.
Yeah, okay.
Is your clan fighting?
We're always fighting. That's kind of in the name.
What
With
was the name
being-
again?
Wow. Being Iron Hellbone Marauders of the Great Frozen Waste, you have to fight if you want to survive. And we do. We do.
You ever think about just coming south and living a normal life?
What do you mean normal? Taxes? Not for me.
I mean, there's ways around them.
I mean, if
Yeah.
you just look at her, she's so rich.
By stealing
She doesn't
and
have to
taking
have
what
some-
you need for your own. That's what we do. Only the strongest can survive the Great Frozen Waste.
Yeah.
Especially the northern Great Frozen Waste, which is far superior to the eastern, southern, and western Great Frozen Wastes.
What about the central Great Frozen Waste?
That doesn't exist.
What about the swampy Great Frozen Waste?
She just narrows her eyes at you.
Yes, the best one. Okay.
What are you?
I'm Kikwala.
Never seen anything like you. But if this is just another test for spears, part of me wants to attack you because I don't understand you. I just want to let you know.
That's not the way to be.
I just want to let you know. I'm trying to communicate that.
I can communicate with you too. Oh, also, if I die, you can also eat me. It's good.
Okay, well, at least we're on the same page about that. Anyways. What? Do you need a tracker too? Do I have to do everything around here?
No, I track miss.
Then
Like
which
on my
way's the
board Who
beast?
talks to gods and whatever. The recent ones are over there.
That way? That's the way of the beast, you said?
That way. But there's barks from just this afternoon.
Which direction are you pointing?
That way.
Cardinally?
That
The
way.
way
That's me
that
asking
the-
you. Are you pointing north, east, south, west?
I'm not sure if a direction was mentioned for the most recent barbs, but I'm pointing to the most recent barbs.
The most recent barbs would have been towards the center, but the most heavy concentration of barbs seems to be on the north side. But the most recent barbs are on essentially like close to the sphere, as it were.
Hey, could I take a closer look around the recent ones and see like if I can find some sort of footfall and a direction from there?
You rolled a 29 with your previous check, actually. That's a good point. And kind of carrying on with the recent ones, you would be pretty confident that it's probably north.
North.
There you
Great.
go. North.
Let's get moving.
Are you sure you don't want to stay here for 5 more minutes for the other mysterious allies to appear? Fingers crossed.
She
Yeah, at
looks
this point,
around.
I don't care.
Desna.
Maybe other gods, spoke to their favorite people or whatever.
What are you talking about, gods?
Lantern King.
There's only
Okay,
one
okay.
god, and his name is Yamoob.
Does he like to move it?
No. He is the great godhound who watches over the north.
I mean, I could probably talk to you about Saren Ray. She kind of sounds like she brought you here.
You sure that?
That the sunny sky lady? Why does it matter? Her power
If Sarah
to bring
is the
people
simplest person
places
here,
is...
then hopefully it's to help.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look how strong she is.
the strongest. Stronger than anyone here.
The strongest.
I don't think so.
I think so.
I
hope
don't
so.
think so.
I know so.
I'm super strong.
Are you a chief?
Yes.
Yes.
She's our chief.
I don't believe you.
What? I wouldn't lie to you about her being our chief.
To be a good chief, you have to know when people are lying to you.
And
I
so
got a
she's
sense
the
for
bad
you.
Chief, huh?
Mm.
Let's get moving.
Mm-hmm. She just stares at you.
And look at me leading the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my tribe has a tracker too. Isn't me. Because I'm the chief. Anyways.
Naturally.
That way?
No.
She starts to march along, and then Scylla kind of comes behind and whispers to Zeke, kind of putting his hand on her shoulder. We're just gonna trust the crazy tiefling that wandered out of the woods.
I don't care at this point. Seems we have a habit of people just walking out of the woods and finding us. So
Aye.
if she says that she's here to fight something, great. If she dies, it's of no consequence.
True. Well,
So, but if she gets in the way, then we'll just get rid of her too.
enough. More blades, always useful. All right, well, let's get to this hunt. She kind of says that part a little bit louder and straightens up. Forward. And as you continue northwards, howling winds pick up and carry through the treetops. As the path descends into a wider valley between two cliffs, a light can be seen. A light of green and, in fact, two lights of blue shine in the distance. Further down this valley. As you approach the kind of cliffside there, it looks like you're going to be trekking for about 15 or 20 minutes going to get into view of whatever this light is.
Is there any hills, high ground.
Yeah, it's like what it looks like is just valley, and there are cliffs on the either side of you that kind of go up. So there's high ground on left or right.
Can I send the Noachi ahead
Mhm.
to scout, see if they interest?
Yeah. How far ahead? Just sending them all the way to the light, or sending it all the way to the light, or just sending it up to see the light?
Yeah, kind of just to fly overhead, do a loop, and come back. Just kind of scope it out and see if, at first glance, it looks dangerous.
Yeah. Flying over. Make a perception check. For Noachi. Flying over, any signs of danger, you don't seem to notice any unusual activity or disturbances in the wood line in front of you. However, as you start to fly forward, you start to get a better look at what this light source is. And it's, from what you can tell with this angle, it seems there are these almost these gigantic, really is the only way to put it, torches that are kind of jutting out of the ground, and they are glowing with unusual flame. Some of them burn with green. One of them burns with green, one large center one. Two of them burn with blue, and two of them burn with white. You kind of get a glimpse of that, but you can't really make out too much more besides a large cliff face right behind the light sources. So this one's like a C-shaped cliff that goes up like, probably about 60 feet. But overall, the path looks clear. No signs of any danger for your approach there.
Noachi would come back and just give me the all clear signal.
Mm-hmm. All right. So,
it occurs to me that if this thing's as big as it should be a lot easier to see it if you're flying up. There should be displaced trees. I don't know, maybe a large source of water if it needs it. But if you're not seeing anything, then I don't know why we're discounting the idea that it just lives underground. If it digs and it's that big, seems like the forest might just be in the way. Probably traverses underneath it, so I guess Oak will be on more alert than normal. I don't know if you can feel things in the ground that far off.
I mean, if I'm concentrating on it constantly, I can, but
if it's something that anyone can do, it's probably more pertinent than looking around in the vicinity. If it's this big, if it's out in the open, we'll know it's coming long before we see it. But if it's underground, it could come out at any moment.
You do make a good point. I will be on high alert.
It also means that anyone who doesn't intend to be next to it should probably stand next to someone who does, so they can at least buy you a chance to get out of the way if it does come out of the ground.
well, I'm staying in the front, that's for sure.
Well, if it comes from underneath, there is no front.
Yeah, similar to the behind issue.
Hopefully, if it comes out of the floor, you're a loud enough distraction for the people who need to get away to get away.
Oog, am I sensing any? I don't have my active perception going.
Yeah.
But I do have my passive, which at level 11 is still, I think it's now 15 feet passive.
Do you sense any
like tunnel-y things that are like not
caverns underneath us? Yeah.
Yeah, like any. Yeah.
None that you said right now.
Be getting around through these woods somehow, and it's very clearly not above ground, so it probably has a tunnel system.
Right. So if at some point I detect something that seems
hear
like...
it's very agile and has a way of slithering through terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but it's also big as shit.
It's also magic as shit.
Marana's gonna cast dancing lights and keep it up. And one is going to be nearby the party, close to the ground, and the other three are going to be kind of like rotating, maybe like 20 feet around the party. So that way, if it ever gets within 20 feet of us, they'll go out and we'll know that it's there if it's so quiet and stuff.
All right. Well, as you make these preparations, you head forward, fourth right.
Yeah.
All right. Heading forward.
Hey, Ogre lady,
Yeah.
do you happen to know how to use a staff sling?
I mean, I could, but I got my mace here.
What's it made out of?
Metal?
What kind of metal?
The good kind.
Well,
What are you
the good
getting
kind
at?
is likely not what you
Our
think
clan
it
has
is.
the best crafts.
Fine. Well, in the event that this thing attacks us and you smash it with that thing and it doesn't do anything or it shatters into 1,000 pieces, just take one of these. If you don't know what else to do with it, just beat it with it. It's made out of actual useful metal. And I'll hand over one of those cold iron staff slings. If you don't know what else to do, it works the same as a quarterstaff.
Fine. I'll take
It
your
might be
weird
more
stick
useful.
or whatever.
Yeah.
You had two of those, right? And you gave one to me.
Yeah.
She takes it.
I had, I think I had 4 because I gave one to Marana and one to Nefsis. You both should have it in your inventories.
Yeah, Nephsis does.
Because I did the trade function, and I have 2 more. So,
So
I'll hand
coming
one of them
closer,
to her.
you begin to see. Well, I'll show you what you see. This is the first shot here in the chat there. You should be able to click it and see first-person view of the view there.
I like that.
And it kind of goes along with this.
Oh, I like that if it's in the chat, I can close it and reopen.
Oh.
Yes,
Oh, it's like a camera's perspective shot of it.
Oh,
that's
shit.
Alchemist. That's so cool.
Oh, shit.
it is.
Where is this?
In the chat, and like
in the
the chat log, like the roll, where you roll the
In-game.
dice. See the dice,
Yeah.
yeah, in game.
Oh,
In the in-game chat, that picture is like literally it's a perspective shot from this map because Dungeon Alchemist is sick. That's super
Dungeon
cool.
Alchemist is cool. And actually, I have an extra one for an aerial view. So when you were getting Noachi out, here's just a few aerial shots for fun. Just to give you an idea of what you would have saw. Just to give you an idea of the terrain, too, around this particular walk-up spot.
Has anybody described these lights to Opal?
Mm-hmm.
I hope there's a bunch
Oh.
of lights. I'd tell you
Oh.
what colors they are, but I don't know if you know the difference.
I mean, I guess that you make a point, but there are some things that are consistent that I've heard.
Well,
At
there's
least,
blue ones, there's white ones, and there's a big green one.
okay. Well, I know about things that are blue, and I know about things that are green. I don't know if I know about white lights.
Well, think about the opposite of what you see.
Right. I
That's
don't.
Exactly.
Well, all right. Hold on a second. We're walking toward a bunch of lights. Some of them are blue. The heralds of the Water Lord. One of them was a blue dragon, right? Water is blue. All right.
of
That's
my magic is blue. What are you getting at?
the green mother is green things.
And my favorite color.
Yeah, there's a big green one.
What is like? Is there a color associated with ing, or
Probably the one that you don't see.
Anyway, I'm kind of curious.
Why are we
whether-
talking about colors?
Well,
She can't
this might
see.
be a trap, and never mind. All right, be on your guard. I'm gonna be on my guard.
It couldn't be a trap. There's a book.
It looks like a big book or a stone tablet or something, but the book is like bigger than us.
Okay, well, I'm
Yeah.
gonna be keeping my ears open to rumblings, rustlings, swoopings, shriekings, any sound things. I want to just be like, I'm no Resta, but I'm gonna say Resta is also doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm playing Resta, but if I was, that's what I would be doing.
Well, Resta's passive perception is fucking stupid, so
3 billion, yeah.
it's that number. It's 22.
All right, who am I staying with? I was staying with Nanan.
Yes.
Nanan, I'm hanging out with you.
I will send Noachi up to circle us, keeping distance from anything and keeping an eye out for anything coming in. And if
I'll
something comes, come straight to me.
I'll keep my dancing lights dancing. I'm going straight.
Make them jiggle, jiggle.
As you start to approach the here, I got another angle for you just to kind of show off the book area. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, it's so fucking
Book.
tall. Or is that?
It is. It is about 30 feet up,
Yeah,
and
so this is like wild layout,
each
so you can
half,
make it shit,
yeah, each half of the book is about the size of a person. It's way up on this pedestal. It's massive.
Well,
And just so you know, this big cliff behind it is about 60 feet tall.
well, then I'm gonna hit him with a juicy levitate to read the book.
As you float up the required distance. In fact, if you go up 30 feet, you'll see above cliffs that are 30 feet. So you'll be able to look back there, weirdly enough. But yes, as you...
God, it's right there. No, I'm just kidding.
it's right there! But as you hover up, you see that... you read all languages, right? That's part of your thing. Right? You still have your eyes of the grave walker? No?
Rune Keeper.
Rune Keeper? Yes. Then you see the book itself emanates a faint green field that highlights the text of the tome and then trails down to the water below. The tome has text written in it, and this text is written in Sylvan. It reads, "May our blessed waters provide healing and aid to Fae of the material. For as long as this text remains, so too shall the waters here retain their blessing. With this act, the conclave has fulfilled its obligation to the court of the feasting flower."
And the feasting flower is the Green Mother, correct?
That is a name you've heard her called.
I'll relate that to everyone else.
Do I know what that means? It's just water, like real good for me and the other satyr.
It's glowing.
Sure, I'll kneel down and dip my hand in it.
You touch it, and you feel the energy infuse to your Fey form, and any like slight scrapes or cuts you've gotten on your hand from like walking through the forest or whatnot have like completely healed over and have been removed. It does seem to have healing properties for Fey. And just kind of let you guys know, it has healing properties for Fey, and it has healing properties for those with Fey ancestry, but to a lesser degree, much lesser degree. So
if I put my hands in there, it's like a little numbing cream because it doesn't move
Yeah.
too much.
Mhm.
Well, that's actually useful.
This might be how the Bandersnatch fixes itself when it's hurt.
So we also have to keep it from coming here.
Ourselves when we fight the Bandersnatch. And Zeke's gonna dump out his water skin and fill it with this stuff.
Yeah. It keeps like this water here glows, and it keeps like a little bit of glow within the water skin.
Now got
Do
a
the
Fey
pages on
water
the-
skin.
Do the pages on the book turn, or is it just like a stone tablet?
It seems to be the only the one page is described here.
And it says as long as the words are here.
Yeah.
Well, don't break it until at least after we're done.
Until the Bandersnatch comes back to the water.
Right, if that's the case.
You said you had Noachi flying up. How high was she flying?
80 feet.
80 feet? If you were flying 80 feet up, Noachi would have spotted to the northwest and northeast, there are 2 other liquid pools with white torches, equally sized torches, at the far, just past this cliff, essentially. On the other side of this cliff. You would have spotted those from the air, too.
I could see them as well from back, like down here south of this big horseshoe.
Yeah.
I could see them.
I don't think she would register that as danger, so she would continue to scout, for lack of a better word.
In any case, this might be either something useful. Maybe it'll give me more of a chance to take this thing one-on-one. If nothing else, maybe if I can get it in the water with me, it'll be harder to kill it, but a lot harder to kill me. Maybe that can buy Nephthys the time.
Will it want to single combat you? I mean, you also really like single combat.
I'm good at it.
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'm about to say something and I bite my tongue, which hurts because I have sharp teeth.
The point is that if we can drag it over here, this water heals me. It doesn't heal you. So if you want to get hurt, you can. But I've at least got this, so it probably a last resort. But if we can hold it here, I can hold it longer. Maybe give Ness time. But if
you're
it's
saying
too much of a pain, then we could just break this.
You're saying this book here, it lets whatever we're hunting heal?
It helps the Fae who live around here stay healthy.
And the thing we're hunting's a Fae, I gathered.
It's a Fae demigod of sorts.
Then shouldn't we break this book so it can't heal and it'll really feel our pain that we inflict upon it?
The more it heals, the more you get to hurt it.
Hurting it.
We're not trying to
crosses her arms.
Just the minimum.
And Ness will just walk over and be like, you'll also get some healing in the water. Not to the same
What
degree,
do you mean?
Your teeth. Well, just trust me. Just put your hand in the water.
Is this a trick?
It's just
think
water.
She's a Fae, Nephthys.
She looks down towards the water. Scoops some up.
I mean, you're at least an elf. I don't think she's got anything.
It's tingly.
Is this?
Or not.
Rana's like looking at.
You can never really tell who's gonna have some elf in him.
Do you think I would have some elf?
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I think.
You already counted higher than I can.
Never mind.
Anyways, if we hit this Green Mother Temple, it means we're probably close. Are there any like signs of like loose earth from digging, or like, you know, big spine marks in the walls, or just a fuck ton of the spines? Just any signs
Like
of it
a
being
perception check.
here?
Maybe if we knock this book over or whatever, she kind of hops across. It'll get mad and come over here.
If you knock that book over, he's gonna get mad. He points to Zeke.
He doesn't look like he can get that mad.
Yeah, well, he's probably one of the biggest hitters in this fight, and we kind of want to live.
Although the one with the large orb.
No sign seeking, by the way. You don't see anything.
Have a point. If the green god is attached to this place, would she not be aware if it is smished?
If she was aware of the place, it probably wouldn't heal me. It seems pretty indiscriminate.
What do you mean?
Because if the Green Mother had any idea that I was the one here, her little blessing wouldn't extend to me.
Well,
Why
it's
not?
not really her blessing, it's Conclave's gift to her.
And the Conclave get their power from her.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not like she made it. It's like someone.
That's not technically true. The Conclave, I think, is referring to the Conclave of Hyboria.
Oh, I assumed it was her circle. Well, great. Then if it's not tied to her, then that means it'll probably work longer. Point is, we don't need to break anything until it becomes a problem. And right now, it's not a problem. It's potentially a boon. But if things get out of hand and we have to break it, then we should. But there's other pools, so it could just go there. Not a lot of sense in it right now.
Ooh, is there any is there any signs of fighting in this area, or is this place pretty chill?
Make a perception or an investigation check, whichever you prefer.
I'll just do a perception. Yeah.
Actually, could I join that as well?
What's that?
Could I join that as well? I'm keeping.
Yeah,
I'd
you
like
can
to keep,
either
like, a-
roll your own, or Nefis can give an advantage. You can give Nefis advantage,
rolled.
whichever you prefer. Yeah, you can Nefis can roll again, or you can
Yeah.
roll your own either way.
I'd like to roll. You
Can
said
I be
survival?
listening?
Sorry, you said survival?
Perception.
Perception. Okay.
You could also use survival. You could use survival here to see signs of battle. I'd allow like signs of combat, signs of strife.
Yeah. Like as we travel through, I'm just like on level 10 alert for like any signs of Bandersnatch.
Mhm.
And scuffles similar to that. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
could make the roll.
Yep. What Nefs is looking for is he's trying to see like how often there seems to be fighting here. If this is a heavily fought over place, he's essentially trying to determine if this is a place the Bandersnatch defends, or if this is just like a peaceful place of rest and healing.
You get a pretty good or similar idea from the two of you looking around here. Both of you notice that there aren't really a lot of signs of disturbances when it comes to the vegetation and plant life here. It doesn't look like a lot of like combat has taken place here. It looks very peaceful and tranquil. So you would assume that this place you have wandered into is not somewhere the Bandersnatch typically fights, but looking about with a 15 and a 14, yeah, I would say you would notice that there are, through some of these trees, especially this great tree here, because I shouldn't have mentioned, this tree right here is much larger than the rest. You do notice a few quills that have been stuck into the tree, so it does seem the Bandersnatch comes here sometimes.
Is there a discernible line where that quill like hangs off, or is there nothing really determining where it is?
It looks like, based on your check, I'll say it looks like, from what you can tell, these quills are probably brushing off from when the creature jumps over this cliff.
Gotcha. Okay.
And like brushes against it while it's coming down to presumably get water.
Okay.
How tall is the cliff?
60 feet.
Okay. It's good to know. So it can clear 60 feet. Alright.
But it rubs its back on the way down.
Yeah, rub something. Rubs a little bit.
Or it surfs.
Or it
Use HM surf.
Yeah, that's just just
Fucking
point to the
squirrel
cliff
side bees.
and say, sometimes comes from there. So it can come from anywhere while we're in here.
Yeah.
Well, if it can dig as well as we think it can come from anywhere anyways.
True.
How deep is the water?
The water is about a pool that goes about 10 feet down at its lowest.
Okay. Okay, so there aren't any like dug in holes that are like tunnels under the water.
Mm-mm.
So trying to lure it here or go look for it?
I'm liking this area for battle.
I was thinking this thing would be a little bit more, I guess, vigilant of its territory, but if it hasn't attacked us yet, either it doesn't know we're here or it doesn't want to ambush us yet.
That's why we should get louder. We need to announce our presence. Everyone just scream with me. And she just lets out this bellowing roar and just screams out into the sky.
When she's done screaming, I can turn into a flying thing and look around. It's just trying to yell over this concert of this woman.
The bellowing continues, and Noachi, you said, or Nanan, you said you had Noachi flying around and still scouting, keeping an eye out?
Yeah, until she saw something approaching.
She darts down to you and signals you that something is approaching. And she kind of points, nudging you to the north, like up on the map, so north on the map. So she's coming from that direction.
Okay, is it more than this? More than this.
Are you asking for time? Yeah. For how long it's going to be, or how many?
How many?
How many?
How many? Is it more than this? No.
It like she straightens herself up to make like a rigid individual.
Turns into a tally mark.
Yes.
Or like knows just the once.
Yeah, there you go.
knows
one boop.
Knows the one. One is coming.
Do we hear anything? Does Resta hear anything?
No, in fact, you don't hear anything.
Aren't the lights flickering?
Yeah, or like the water that Zeke is near, is that shaking or anything?
Nope.
My dancing lights are fine.
Well, the specifics of your dancing lights, again, just to confirm before I say anything.
I had them circling around the party at about like 20 feet out. So they're magic, so I'm assuming they'd get suppressed if it got within.
Then yeah, 20 feet they have not. Nothing's happened to them yet.
Was I able to hear myself speak with Noachi?
Yes, you can hear things. Like there is audio. You hear birds chirping, like et cetera, et cetera. You hear things. You just don't hear whatever she's warning you about.
Fucking thing approaching.
Correct.
Noachi, is it the big thing? Is it the big thing with the quills that is coming, or is it small like me?
Suddenly, just from the top of the cliffside, this massive, terrifying beast of unknown origins, it could be some sort of bandersnatch, is claws over, looking at you all, and just its eyes going back and forth. I need everyone to roll initiative.
So big.
There it is.
Yeah, baby, a 4.
My rolls are on fire tonight.
Oh.
Oh god. Oh god. I'm so slow.
We're dead.
It's looking
It's
rough.
fine. This is just summarized as it goes first.
So, start of the round.
So low.
Oh, hey.
You're not dead yet.
Oh, you're still volumed out. There we go.
It's all good.
Aw, the Crimson Ogre's got a cute name. Got a pretty name. A nice, girly, floral name.
In her
Wow.
language, that means blood sport. So.
At the top of the round, the Bandersnatch, clawing over the cliffside here, looks down at you, peeking around. it is going to... It simply hops down here, elegantly slithering between the trees. It doesn't disturb anything. When it hops, it leaps down, like its body is almost like a liquid pouring down. It's almost like a weasel pouring down this cliffside, and it comes down and like
ferret.
Exactly, ferret. That's what I'm thinking of. And it kind of just lands right here, and then it comes a little closer.
The forbidden noodle.
Welcome to No Magic.
Because her magic is out now.
Correct. 30-foot fall, which you would technically fall on your turn, but you like the levitation does cut out, so that doesn't actually have until your turn. Funny enough, but
I'm like,
we'll say
with the Bandersnatch.
Yeah, as it comes down, it is going to ooh, yeah. It is going to first gaze at Seekian. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Great, I have advantage.
Thanks to myself.
Thanks, Nessus. You know, I've been rolling balls all night.
Oh, it doesn't matter that you get advantage.
Okay, so as the Bandersnatch stares at you, the eyes glow, and you start to be entranced by the vision and start to be bewildered by its gaze. At the start of your turn, just remind me, you have to roll a d10 to determine your behavior, similar to the effects of the confusion spell.
Oh, God. If I attack you guys, this is over. We saw it happen last time.
So, it's going to do that, and then it's going to, for the rest of its turn, bite, claw, and lash out with its tail. Oh, that's so loud. Turn that
Always
interface
has
sound
been.
down. Well, I've been playing on 100% volume mode for this whole time.
You've been cranking up the volume. Remember that thing I said to worry about? You gotta be really careful when your volume is like super loud.
What the fuck?
Still got the meme. So, with that confusion being confused, it is going to go ahead and make its attacks. One is coming from Rana. The bite's coming for you.
No, please, I'm so weak. Don't hurt me.
No. Don't.
No,
bite
stop.
me. I hate that.
You take that much damage, 20 points of damage, as it bites into you. And let me just check here real quick. Its pain ability. No, okay, that's just for these two things. Cool. And then it's going to claw at you.
Me?
Yes.
No book reading, nerd.
It sees you near its book. It doesn't seem to like that. And then that is going to hit. And then that's another 12 points of damage. And then finally, it's going to take its tail attack, and it's going to go at the Yelling Barbarian here.
Oh, spoiler alert.
True. Which
wizard?
hits.
Why not wizard?
Why is this wizard? As 18 points of damage, and then you see as the tail brushes up against her, she is having to try to carefully avoid getting these quills stuck in her, and she fails.
Ooh.
As a quill lodges itself into her flesh, and she begins to immediately this darkened pulse begins to kind of emerge from the spot where the quill is stuck in, and she's starting to look very poisoned, looking sickened, looking weaker after the quill's there. She's like, gotta pull this thing out of me. But that is going to be its action, and then it is gonna head there and head there. And if Marana, if you want to take a tab or two, you can. If you have a melee weapon.
fists.
It's not gonna hit.
Punch.
It's always
Bonk.
You do have a cold iron stick.
Yeah, I do, but I'm not gonna use that just for reasons.
Bonk.
Do I hit it? Why?
No, but you are trying to attack it with a non-reach melee weapon, so you take damage as the quills stab into
You're
you.
a troll!
Only one damage. Only one damage, but I need you to make a dexterity saving throw
Oh yeah, I'm great at books.
to avoid having the quill stay
Oh.
stuck in you.
4 decks. Let's get it.
As the sting sticks into you, it barely gets deep into your skin, but it does lodge in there as the flesh rots a little bit, and you feel the poison overtake you. You are poisoned until the quill is removed.
Mook.
Hmm?
Or Ook. Sorry.
Mhm.
It's been a minute.
No worries.
If I reduce the damage that quill does to 0, would it pierce her at all? I'll use my. I could use my
Yes,
reaction. and make a
because
little
the
psychic barrier.
reason is because the thing are two separate abilities. It is a specific ability that causes it to lodge that then what does that deals the damage. So it wouldn't matter in this particular instance because the lodging of the thing isn't what deals the damage in this particular thing. That's a separate ability that comes with attacking it with a non-reach weapon. It is also inflicts the pain condition, which is the quill thing. So not in this particular instance, but that is its turn. You took your attack of opportunity, and it's going to bring us to the non's turn.
Right. Okay. I will head on up to sheep. Yes. Okay. Oh shit. Sorry, I'm still on ruler. No, fuck it. Sorry. I'm going to cast Enhance Ability at 4th level. And it's going to be Bear's Endurance on who's focusing on melee again?
Me! The barbarian points to herself. I'm getting right up in that creature's face, and I'm going to kill it.
Okay, there's one.
It's a good option.
Mara, Resta, Opal.
I'm gonna
Yep.
mostly be fighting this thing at range.
Okay. Opal and Morana, you are getting close.
No, I'll be range.
Okay. Okay. So the one with the muscles.
Yes, the muscles.
The huge,
Or giant tracts of land.
Yes. She's a great chief.
Or hunga munga nunalo gungas.
Huge, not a longer. No.
Yes. So the one with the muscles there.
Bonkanaga hoogs.
I think we should respect her and not objectify her. That's me.
Yes,
Well,
I'm
no,
saying she has
objectifying her
great
muscles.
muscles. She's strong chief.
I am.
Yes. So the one with the muscle.
Correct.
Morana.
Doban Honkaros.
Morana. And wait, Opal, you said you are doing the range too?
No, not ranged. Up close.
Not close. Okay. Opal. You to get 2d6. 2d6. 11 extra hit points, but also advantage on Constitution check. Next, saves, checks.
Just checks.
Anything else for you?
I will. Can I send Nachi underneath to attack?
Like underneath it, like its belly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the way it shifts its body, its quills kind of are all over it, so it's not necessarily going to avoid quills if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Okay. I do see on her sheet she has a poison spit. Oh,
You did train her the poison spit attack.
I think it's poison immune, isn't it though? We heard.
That might be something you heard.
Ah, shit. Yeah, that's all I can do.
You got it. It's going to bring us to Scyllin, who is going to opt to stick with. You gave her a. Oh no, she already had one. That's right.
Cold iron weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, she had a staff sling as well, I believe. Or she got one at the fort.
Mm-hmm.
She has one, I believe. I just got to put it on her sheet.
I can maybe trade one to her. I don't know if I can trade NPCs.
I don't see it in your inventory.
Cold iron staff sling. It's my weapons.
Is it?
It is. I'm looking at them.
Why? Oh, I was looking at the old Zekian. I see. That makes sense. That's just old me. There we go. She is going to go ahead and make an attack there. Which misses. As the bolt or the stone gets caught on a quill. She's gonna make one more attack. She has extra attack there. This is again, just barely. Okay. That is gonna work. Fuck. All right. Well, that's gonna be her turn. Nephthys, your turn.
All right, baby, let's do it. 6th level. Yes. We're starting it. We got a while. But it's starting.
All right. It is round 1, so perfect. On round 10, nothing interrupts you.
Okay.
It'll carry out, and as long as it stays within 60 feet.
Yep.
Can I use a hero point?
Tell me what for, but also, that is true, right? If it leaves the range, does that spell just end? You just fucked?
Yeah.
Is that how that works? Or like once...
I think so.
Normally, no.
Normally,
it's
no.
like you, unless there's somewhere else in the spell that has that specific thing where if they leave the range, but normally no. Just if a creature has to be in range to start it, but then once it is once it has already been targeted correctly, then it just has to break your concentration. Unless it's.
What do I even Google to look that up? If a creature
like spells that where they go away if they go outside the range, specify it, like Witch Bolt.
And moves away. Moves out of range. Does it still cast? It's going outside. Oh, here we go.
That's like if a warlock casts Hex on something and then it just like leaves.
Once a spell is cast, its effects aren't limited by range unless the spell's description says otherwise.
Correct.
Would this be casted? And
oh god, that's a good point.
No,
Once a spell's cast,
it has to be within range at the when the cast goes off. This has a 1-minute cast time, so at the moment.
So you can continue to so you can continue to cast it, and it has to be in range at the last round, essentially.
Okay.
Well, you can technically keep concentrating on the spell to draw it out another round. So technically, you could make it do 11 rounds if you wanted. But yeah, it just has to be within 60 feet when the spell actually finishes casting.
Oh,
right now the spell is not finished casting. So
I should have just been casting Bind Planar for an hour before we got here.
I think that one actually requires a
That'd
target.
be crazy.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, if it requires a target, you can only cast it once you see it. You can only start the cast once you see it. That is true. And this one does require the target. So yeah, you are good to be casting the spell, and as long as you are within range when the spell ends, and you can hold it for an extra round. But can you hold it indefinitely after?
No, you can't.
Just
That's
one
the thing,
round,
but, I
or
mean,
you have to
as
release
a
it.
DM, you can do whatever you want, but a lot of people get that one wrong. Where like you can ready a spell, quote unquote. Like you can't hold a spell for longer than a round. If you ready a spell and then your turn comes around again, you
cast
lose the
it.
spell and the
Right,
spell
right.
slot.
But that's
just,
why,
you know,
yeah.
holding a cantrip doesn't matter because you can just keep doing it over and over and over. But if you're doing spell slots, no, you can hold it for 6
So you got
seconds.
10, maybe 11 rounds max. Something to remember.
Great.
All right. So with that, brings us to Resta's turn.
Oh dear. Oh, there's no one in within. I got away from sneak attack. Okay.
Or else otherwise wizards just walk around holding a fireball in their hand until the end of the day.
True.
So.
Hell
that's
yeah,
what
they
that's
do.
what delayed fireball is for.
Hell yeah, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's what contingency is for.
5, 10. Are these like a large pile of rocks? Like if I were to be behind them, would I have like half cover?
Yeah, from that and the torch, we'll say half cover. That's fair.
Okay. Just
If
in
you
case
scroll
it.
up in the in-game chat, you have like actual perspective shots of these things. They're very, very big.
Okay. We're going to target this bitch. I think it is. Resta material creates a ethereal psychic bow, and we'll action surge fire off. We're gonna just fire all 5 shots. Shigang.
Oh.
Whoa!
Oh well, it is in the water. Oh, you weren't here. Okay. Before we lock in the action surge, this water heals it.
Heals Faye.
Heals Faye, which it is almost certainly.
Okay. Okay. Good to know.
And we're going into this fight knowing that, so that it will likely
And
not take damage until later.
Yeah, it's also important to mention it does seem to take. It heals better if you ingest it. So, like, to get real healing, to get good healing, you have to take an action to ingest it, or if you put it in a bottle, bonus action to ingest it. So you have a little bit of leeway there. But yes, good point. It can heal this water.
I will hit it with one of my psionic strikes, so it's some extra damage in there. It's a crit, so let's get that damage. Rolled 25.
Very nice. I'll apply
And
that.
it is. Where are you? Where the fuck is it? Is it the shove? No. There's a thing. Oh, the thrust. There we go. If the it needs to make a DC 15 strength saving throw.
DC. What was the number?
DC 15. Doesn't have a thing.
Oop. 17, you said?
15.
Oh, 15. Shit. No, I rolled 16, so it does succeed.
Oh, all good. All right, maybe I won't blow that action surge then. Another attack. 17 to hit.
17 does not hit.
Heard. And then my bonus action. $28 to hit.
28 does hit.
We'll just do 7 points of psychic damage.
There you go. With that, looks a little perturbed by the psychic energy being thrown at it. Anything else for your turn?
Nope. That'll
You
be
got
the end
it.
of my turn.
Obo, your turn.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right. So Nepsis is currently concentrating on doing his thing.
He's doing it. He's brain blasting.
He's brain blasting real hard.
I'm blasting.
He's trying
Okay.
to tame it
There's a
down.
mental fire going on in its mind.
Mhm.
Not from Resta.
About how much? Okay.
Right, well, you
Opal
will
is
find
going
it. I'm gonna start making a saddle.
Opal,
I'm out.
believe in you.
5, 10, 15, 20.
Water's rough terrain.
Not rough terrain, or is rough terrain?
Water is rough terrain.
You can can't you run across water at this
I
level?
think I can. I got monk run.
You could probably jump across this gap anyways. Probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. So either way.
I can't long jump because I have no strength. For long jump rules.
Use hero strength. You can jump at least 8 feet.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yep. Equal to your strength
alright.
score.
But
But also-
I don't want to do that. I want to use my.
You run on the water, yeah.
Yeah, I want to run on water. That's exactly what I want to do. So I'm going to do that.
Mhm.
I'm going to say, hello, Mr. Bandersnatch. I'm very sorry to have to do this. Waka! And I'm going to take my old school quarterstaff and just bonk it on the nose.
Okay.
I'm looking at, me, players, looking at this thing, and it looks like it's got, like, a very sensitive nose. Like, if that thing, like, sort of like, how sharks got those, like, electro-sensor noses?
Boop it on the snoot.
I'm booping it on the snoot.
Did I give Opal the cold iron trident?
You did.
Oh, I don't know if you actually gave me
It's
the
in your inventory.
Yeah,
Everybody
I don't
has
have
a
it in my
cold
inventory,
iron.
So I assume I traded it.
Also, just keep in mind that you don't actually have your temp HP
Oh,
while you're next to it.
You don't have your temp HP, and your your weapons don't have any +1s or anything that they would have, and keep that in mind.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I totally forgot about the cold iron trident. So I will use the cold iron trident and still boop it in the snoot.
Boop it in the snoot.
Does the cold? Okay.
Give it a nose ring.
The trident has that skewering property.
Do.
Mm-hmm.
Does skewering work on a huge creature?
Yep.
Don't
Doesn't
see
say
why
anything
not.
about size limits.
Okay, well then I'm going to skewer it if I can. Let's see. Attack. Normal. Jesus.
Oh, you're proficient. Make sure not. Oh, wait,
Proficient.
it is. Oh,
Uh,
fuck.
why
That's
is it
just your
not
shit?
giving me
Oh,
that?
shit.
Oh, because it's using your strength and stuff. It's
Okay.
using strength instead of dex, so that I'm assuming
Should
should
be
actually
plus-
be at 18.
Yeah.
18 misses as you slide through it. It quickly dodges out of the way, and yeah, that's
Second attack on the snoot.
on the snoot.
Oh, wait. Okay, so this is. So if that was supposed to be an 18, then I just have to add +6 to whatever this is.
Yeah.
Yes.
To make it
Or
normal.
you can go into the items.
Formula.
and
I'll fix that not during my turn.
You can literally just click the finesse tick box and it'll fix it.
Okay, and I'm going to use my 2 hands to do this versatile with the skewering property.
Hmm.
Come on! That's what I'm
That
talking
hits.
about.
Fun fact about this creature: it's about 40 feet in length in its body, and then its tail is about 10 extra foot of length. So this is a pretty big creature. It's not just huge; it's gargantuan is what you're fighting against here.
Fuck.
It is
My first
massive. It's
Okay, what
massive.
is this? Okay, what is the damage formula for this thing? Because why am I getting plus a
It should
negative
be,
one
Again, you don't have the finesse thing ticked. You should just go to tick the finesse box in the details.
in the details? Oh, so in the weapon. So
Yeah,
really,
you
it
go to
should
the
just.
weapon, go to details, and click finesse.
You also want to use the versatile damage when if it asks you for damage types.
I rolled the 1d8. So let me just roll the 2d4. So I rolled 1d4, which is a 2, and the second
Just
d4,
roll- yeah.
which is a 4. So that's 6 damage.
Plus.
Yep, and with
Four.
cold
Plus
iron, you
5.
feel
Plus
the
5,
cold
so it's
iron
11
is
damage.
11.
digging deeper, and it does seem to be doing twice as much damage.
There
Does
you
a
go. That's-
27 beat its AC by 5?
It does.
There you go,
And it is
skewering.
skewered. And I'm going to try to stun its ass for a round.
Oh, you attack
DC
with a non-reach weapon. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. You also
Okay.
take damage.
This is a
You take
saving
3 points
throw.
of damage, and then you make a dexterity throw.
And this is normal.
Yes.
This is a 16 save on the dexterity.
16.
It didn't beat the gauge, so I'm assuming no.
Yes. A DC 16 dexterity saving throw allows you to avoid the quill lodging into your flesh. So you are not quilled, but it does hurt a little bit as it scrapes against you.
Okay.
Cool.
Then
You made two
save on the
attacks. Hang
DC?
on. You need to make another save because you made 2 attacks.
But I missed the first one.
Yeah, if you miss making an attempt at attack against it with a non-reach weapon, does damage to you. Okay, no thing there, but you do take a little bit more damage.
Ooh.
Okay.
Did it save
kind
on
of
the
save?
thing? DC.
Sorry.
A con save of. So wait, if I wasn't adding my shit before for this, what is it actually supposed to be for stunning strike?
8 plus proficiency plus your wisdom.
Okay, so that's 8 plus. Our proficiency is 4 or 5 now.
4. So it's 12
okay. So
plus
it's
wisdom.
12 plus wisdom, which is another 4. So it's DC 16.
DC 16. This is for stunning strike.
Yes.
As you slam into it, your key emanates through it, and it locks up and is stunned.
Oh.
Holy shit!
Oh, and it doesn't legendary resistance?
Nope.
Whoa.
Okay, well, I'm gonna punch it more then.
Is the aura still up?
It is.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna keep. Well, I guess not punching it. Well, it is unarmed strike, so I'm gonna start punching it. Yeah, punch away. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna use the roll for the Trident of Returning and just put a -1 because it doesn't get the magic.
Sure thing.
Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine. You do
But
-1
this
on
is
the
at
damage, too.
advantage because this is an advantage, right? Yeah. Okay.
Correct, and you have to do a -1 on the damage too.
Okay. Yep, that is fine. There we go. Now it's versatile and normal.
Take 2 damage from this first quill there.
Fine. Do I have to make the save still?
Yes.
All right. Here's the dexterity save. Do I get advantage because it's stunned?
No.
17
Good
still
on you.
saves.
Yeah, you managed to stay away from the
And-
quills.
And final attack. Same deal. At advantage, -1. Oh right, what does skewering do again? I always forget. Like, I know
plus
I
4
had it
to
in
your to hit.
Proficiency attack.
Oh, so it adds +4 to the attack. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's gonna be
that's
24.
24. Does 24 hit?
24 hits.
Does that beat AC by 5?
It does not. No, it does.
Wait,
Yes.
It does. Okay.
I didn't
Cool,
actually
cool.
I didn't get to roll the damage on that. I'm just gonna
Go roll the damage manually.
Also, just I don't know if Oog's keeping track or if the Opal can do this, but are these still with the one trident? Are they still doing double damage?
The cold iron.
Yeah, they are doing double damage. I'm gonna
Nice.
keep track of it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, all right. I just rolled a 13. That's just so I could get the attacking thing.
Yeah. Also another dex save for Quill.
And another dex save. Here we go.
Bam, looking good. Doing mega damage with this cold iron
And
quill.
saving all the way through.
And saving, no quills on you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, well, I think we can hit it a bit. Might be mad when it stops being hit.
Yeah, the creature is letting out this deep, like, monotonous hiss right now as it is rocking back and forth, stunned. Anything else for you?
No, that's gonna be it. I'm just saying, can you hurry this thing up at all? Is that a thing that hero points can do? Can you use hero points to speed up your fucking
No.
spells?
Unfortunately not.
All right,
but
well that's my
Zekian,
turn. I say that in
As,
character too.
As it's your turn, I need you to roll a d10.
Say, is this gaze thing still on me if it's stunned? Or any
Correct. It's already
concentration or
affected you.
whatever?
It's already affected
Wait,
you.
okay, hold on a second. I can back away from it for free right now, right?
Yeah, 'cause it's stunned.
Correct.
So I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna back away 20 feet. Because I only used like 30 feet to get there, or 25 feet to get there, because I was here.
Yep, that's fine.
All right,
And then, yeah, go ahead and roll a d10 there, Zekian. You do not move or take actions this turn. That's the end of your turn, and the confusion wears off.
Okay.
That's Marana's turn. Now.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So, what's the range on the cold iron sling staff?
I can tell you.
Oh, what'd I do? There we go. It is. Oh, we didn't put it in there? I thought we did.
Also, I think Marana can start levitating again.
It is 80, 160. So 80 foot normal, or up to 160 with disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh, Marana, you because you technically it moved away. The magic aura moved away. Like you fall a little bit. Like the magic cuts out, you fall. But then as it moves away, the magic aura maintains, and your levitation doesn't maintain, so you don't actually fall. 20 feet. You can see the light of it.
So she's still way within it.
Oh, never mind. Then you're actually, no,
Yeah,
you
it's
do
big
fall.
as
Never
hell.
mind.
Oh, I actually can't see it going that far.
It's supposed to, yeah. Only it's
yeah, I
coming
see
out
it
as far as
ending
it's
like
supposed to.
here.
Yeah, it ends a lot.
I
less.
think it might be a 20-foot radius centered on the creature, where it should be starting at the edge of the creature. I think that's what the issue is right
So
now.
I need an extra, how many feet?
Well, the creature is a 20-foot
10?
creature, so you need an extra 10 feet. Yeah.
Cool. There we go.
And then
Jesus.
when you gave me the sling staff, did you also give like cold iron pellets or anything to shoot out of it, or did
No.
You okay, sick. All right. Then
Oh, hang on. You take a little bit of fall damage here. Where's my WCX fall damage?
It sounded extraordinarily cat-like. Opal's ears pricked up. Was like, huh?
What's happening?
Rana, what sound is that? The sound of my people.
You
When did you learn to speak to
take
Betsy?
this much damage as you fall 30 feet. You take 13 points of damage as you slam on the ground. Oh, and you have to make an acrobatics check not to fall prone. That is something about fall damage. That is important. You fall prone.
Ah! She'll scramble up with half of her movement, or 15 feet.
15 feet. Yeah, flat.
And then she'll take 5, 10 back.
Mhm.
I think you have the ruler on.
Oh. And then
Even if you're using the ruler, if you press the space bar, it'll work.
Okay, so
Yeah,
now
it's a fun hack.
And see for
out
character
of
sheet.
range, she's gonna use her bonus action to cast the spell. And she's gonna pick the lower plane, so she's not even gonna bother with taking the quill out. She's just gonna go ahead and become a to the quill.
Very cool. Very cool.
And
That's a spell I've never seen anyone ever use ever. That's a cool spell. Oh, but look
You
at that
have the-
material.
Yeah,
An
you have the
object
material.
engraved with a symbol of the outer planes worth at least 500 gold.
Wait.
Fuck. It's a cool
do I
spell,
need
though.
the material if it's what's called?
Good question. What are you talking about?
Her warlock
If it's my mystic arc.
Yeah, your Mystic
Mystic
Arcana
Arcana.
just lets you know the spell. You still have to have materials and everything.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And that's why you never see it, Oog.
That's why you never see it.
Well,
It doesn't
I
consume
won't
it
do
at
that.
least.
That's true.
I won't do that. That changes my whole plan for the fight. Okay. Then
That's a good
she
spell.
will, Cast
Oh, it's 6th level. That's crazy.
a different spell.
It's like Tense's transformation.
I
but
love
for
that spell.
Yeah, but Tensor's transformation's fucking sick.
Those otherworldly guys.
This one's cool. Yeah, this one's really cool.
Actually, now that I'm looking at this, I think this is like just a fucking rename of Tensor's transformation.
Whoa.
Nah, you get a flying. It's flying speed, and also like you don't get any proficiencies. You don't get an extra 2d12 force damage on smack.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. You
Okay,
just still get extra attack.
She's going to try to use the cold iron staff to launch a flask of oil at this thing.
Yeah,
You
go and
can
make an
do that.
attack with it.
That there's actually a rule for that, for using the staff to throw stuff. It's basically the exact same thing as just throwing it normally. You just get to use the staff's range, so it's still it's not improvised anymore. It's just a normal range attack.
12 misses. Is it?
Like,
It shoots one of its quills to launch it out of the. You see it like launch a quill out defensively to knock away the oil bottle, shattering it in midair.
It's got the iron
Very
dome.
cool.
And then she's gonna take a step
It's
back.
Israeli.
The last 5 feet of movement.
Is this Israel?
And I guess as a bonus action, she'll heal herself with her celestial feet. What is it?
You're gonna heal yourself with your feet? Good luck. That'll take forever.
Somebody say feet.
Zeke, calm down. No, Zeke. Don't
No.
do it.
He's stuck thinking about feet.
How'd that happen? Oh, I was very confused. I saw 2d6 roll, and I was like, how'd you get a 1 from, like, multiple d6?
Okay.
What did I see?
It's a talent, really.
Okay, and that's the end of her turn.
All right. And we will probably wrap up, like, at the end of this round, because it's, like, a little past our time. But first, let's see what the Crimson Ogre herself will do as she looks out. Finally! And she runs forward, screaming loudly all the way. She goes here. She is going to, like, this big wound that she's kind of maintained here. She's going to, now feel my blood! As she flexes, blood just shoots out of the wound at the enemy here. And is anyone else within 15 feet of her?
No.
Good, good. As blood sprays everywhere, it's gonna be. Oh no, it's just happened. It would happen if you were. It's gonna be a Constitution saving throw from this buddy here. Oh, well. They mark this as uncharged now. Okay. Half damage. Cool. As you see,
You know, it's stunned.
as
This
the
probably would be the best time to hit it and not use like
as the blood burns it with
Oh,
it looks like it started like almost like alien blood, like where it's like it started to singe into the flesh of the creature there.
is that a con save?
Yes.
Okay.
Oop. Oh, a good bit of damage there. And then she oh yeah. Cool. And that's her turn. But as the blood sprays out, she's like screaming and getting into the fight, and she has her big morning star here, and she's about to clobber this creature with it. That'll have to wait till next turn, as we'll begin next week, the top of the round with the Magic Bane Bandersnatch taking initiative, and we'll see how the rest of
Being
this fight
stunned.
goes.
Getting stunned.
Yes, correct. Being stunned. Fool.
Doofus.
So I was wondering if I could use a hero point.
Oh yeah, how'd you want to do it? For the goat? To summon the goat?
It doesn't make a sound anymore, but
That's very sad.
yeah.
Do I still have a giant
It's
goat?
got like some plus.
I
2 weapons or
do. I assume you're using it. You're trying to use it for an extra action to activate the item, which is definitely within the ability there, and it charges.
I've never used
Oh,
it,
this thing.
so it's fully charged.
Oh,
The
we've used it
last time-
once for sure because it's. Oh no, someone else used it. It was.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, it was Cobram that used it.
Yeah.
And then you got the uncharged version, so you definitely have a charged version. Absolutely. So in that case, the charge is
The only
gone for
time it
15
was
days.
used was back in the catacombs in Emberwell.
Yeah, and it wasn't even used by you exactly. So you're going to use this to summon the which goat? You have choice of goats here.
Oh.
I think. No, it's the ivory goat of terror. You don't have a choice. You get the giant goat. It can attack, but you can remove its horns and use them as weapons, as a lance or one is a +1 lance, the other's a +2 longsword.
What the fuck kind of Digimon bullshit item is this?
It's
This
a
was one of
goat.
the first magic items we ever got.
Go to Terror.
This thing is
I
sick.
choose you.
It is really good. We've never used it because
It takes 15 days to recharge.
Yeah, so I've always been nervous about using
The
it
goat
and then
radiates a
needing it
30-foot
later.
radius area of terror while you're
Yes.
riding it. I was just talking about yeehawing shit. You have a 30-foot.
You have a whole terror goat.
Yeehaw goat with fucking lance horns. What the fuck?
Yes.
Wait, is the aura of terror only when I'm riding it? I thought it
Yeah,
That's
just
what it
had
says. It radiates an aura of terror while you're riding it.
While you're riding it.
are we
Ah.
seeing an update to Zeke's playstyle?
He's mounted. Mounted combatant. Get that mounted
Dual
damage,
wielder
cavalry
with-
damage.
with longsword and a lance.
What if the red one rides it?
Oh.
Should be noted, if that goat touches that field, it goes away. Or it turns back into a figurine until it's out of the field.
Right.
But
it has a
but it's still very
30-foot
mobile.
30-foot field of terror.
That's true. That's true. You just gotta keep it right out the field, and you can do some good shit.
And if the Bender Snatch does not succeed, it can't move towards him.
Wait, we can hit it with spells just as long as it originates outside the area? I thought it was just immune.
What do you mean?
It depends on if it qualifies as aura as a spell. It is a magic item.
Yeah,
so-
or is this a magical
As
effect? So it's
magic.
probably a magical item, magical effect. So the aura would probably be canceled by the field too. That's a good point.
I
Or
thought
at
it
least
was
that
like
section of it.
like a frightened effect.
The
It is, but it's coming from a magical source.
but
and
it's from
only
a
magic
magical
of 6th level
source.
affects this thing.
Yeah, it radiates an aura of terror, a magical aura of terror. Thus, that would be countered. But it is still a mount, which mounts are good and fast.
It could
Keep you
allow
out of-
Nexus
It is
to
hella
move
cool.
without-
Yeah, I'll take it.
And theoretically, if for some reason someone dispelled magic the field for a turn, it would have to make that save if it was in range. So there you go.
Dang.
But anyways, I'm gonna
You're
pull
like-
a spec.
Neutralized the coolest thing that I wanted to do with it.
Yeah, this
That's okay.
guy is a bitch.
The anti-magic field
Oh,
is
it's a Bender Snatch.
rough.
It's a bender snitch.
It's a
A
Bender.
bee snatch.
Bender snatch. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. It's good. It's good to be back. Good to be back into things. Haven't seen everybody in a while. It's good to see everyone come out.
Yeah.
Eventful holidays season. Or should be good to go back on next Wednesday to pick up here. Just looking forward to it. Hopefully, whatever audio things are happening on your end there, Moran, are better. But luckily, we got you to somewhat of a workable state. But I just don't know what it is. Such a crazy thing.
It's okay. Next week I will be super loud and you'll have to turn me down.
Exactly. Hopefully, that's the
Right,
idea.
everyone.
Yeah.
Even-
Definitely
even if,
recommend uninstalling drivers, reinstalling drivers, and then if you have the ability to, obviously reinstalling the OS, always solid.
And then take care of the passengers as well.
That's true. That's true.
Computers and things.
Yeah, these last few weeks have been fucking